Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's July 8th, 1 o'clock. I'd like to open up the Board of Adjustments meeting for today. Can we please have a determination of quorum?
Rob Pierce,
Present?
Don Christensen, Peter Gashon,
Present.
Kathy Julian, Leo Harishny.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Will you all please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May we please have the ethics law announcements and instructions?
Board members are reminded that if with respect to any matter or any person coming before the board today, you've received a gift loan, you have a pecuniary interest, you have a commitment in a private capacity such as a family, employment, business, or similar relationship, or you provided representation or counseling before an agency to a person or entity for compensation within the last year on a matter being considered, you must disclose that gift, loan, interest, commitment, or prior representation at the time the matter is being considered. You must furthermore abstain from deliberation or voting on the matter if it's clear that the gift, loan, interest, commitment, or prior representation would materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person. Board members are reminded that under the Board of Adjustment rules, if you have had any contact outside this meeting with any person interested in a matter coming before the board today, you should disclose the nature of that contact at this meeting. This meeting is being held in the county chambers and via Zoom. To attend the meeting via Zoom, please log on to Zoom webinar using the link on the agenda. You can also join the meeting by typing in zoom.us into a computer browser, clicking join a meeting on the Zoom website, and entering the meeting ID on the agenda. Alternatively, you can join the meeting via telephone only by dialing 1-669-900-9128 and entering meeting ID 872-1567-5749 and pressing pound. For those wishing to provide public comment via Zoom, log into the Zoom webinar and utilize the raise hand feature during any public comment period. To provide public comment via telephone, press star 9 to raise hand and star 6 to mute and unmute.
Thank you. Mr. Lloyd, can we have the appeal procedure, please?
Yeah, most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and qualify as an aggrieved person or party, you may appeal in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is reduced to writing, filed with the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment, and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Items involving appeals of a hearing examiner. The appellant has the right to appeal the decision of the Board of Adjustment by filing a petition for judicial review in the Second Judicial District Court for the State of Nevada within 25 days from the date the order is mailed to the appellant. Per Washoe County Code, Section 110-910-15I6, when a petition for judicial review is filed, the court rules shall govern the proceeding. This judicial review is in lieu of an appeal to the Board of County Commissioners as authorized in NRS 278-310-3B. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-3610 for information on the appeal procedure and the application fee.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open up general public comment. Do we have any general public comment?
I have one general public comment. Roger Edwards. Oh, he's got it.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Please enter my comments into the permanent record. A little bit about myself.
Can you please state your first and last name,
Roger
please?
Edwards, a 50-year resident of Washoe County. Also a little bit about myself. Spent 8 years on the Planning Commission, 4 years on the Regional Planning Commission. Sat in your chairs for a long time. I'll tell you something about when I was a commissioner. One of the couple of things that I hated the most was some project was brought before me that didn't need to be. You know, so many of these projects can be handled in the field, can be handled with a small back and forth between the resident. We're here to serve the residents, all of us are. And just dragging things out and stuff is just not what it makes my life go well and shouldn't make yours either. Second thing that I hated was that anything I did as a county commissioner, county representative, was to pick on a resident. And you know, it's so easy to forget that we're residents, okay? We're all residents of the county. And we, you and me, are public servants, first, last, and always. And the least we can be interrupted to the public's life, the better. And you got an item coming before you shortly that's nothing more than a biggest bully on the block item and should be tossed immediately. You know, if it's a substantial item that needs this panel's involvement, I trust that my old long friend Trevor Lloyd wouldn't have it come before you if he could resolve it. So I don't know what's going on. You know, I like to stay out of this crap as much as I can, but I do have a lot of history. And when I see something going on that just is so upside down that I need to come down here and complain about it, please believe me, it's not because I want to. I have fish to feed in my backyard. I have grass to mow, and I have other things to do with my life. I spent my life 37 years in the military, and I've been on the board on the North Valley's CAB since January of 2000. Okay, I'm a public servant like you. But, you know, you've got an item coming before you.
I'll give you 5 seconds, Roger. Okay, go ahead. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, I have Gary Schmidt.
And for those of you who just walked in who filled out these public comment sheets, if you would please bring them to us. Thank you so much.
You're good.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Gary Schmidt. I have an item before you that should not be before you. Shouldn't have been a citation in the first place. But it's been the hearing officer. I originally requested this so-called code infraction to be heard by you, and I filled out an appeal application to the Board of Adjustment, as is allowed by NRS 278, which it says, appeals to the Board of Adjustment. Any person aggrieved, that's A3 on your packet, aggrieved by the decision of any administrative officer or agency based upon or made in the course of the administration or enforcement of the provisions of any zoning regulation can be appealed to the Board of Adjustment. I filled out the appeal, and the bureaucracy here did not move it forward to you. They said it's not appealable. That's your decision to make, not their decision to make. You're an autonomous board. Then I filled out an appeal, appealing the decision not to move my appeal forward to this Board of Adjustment. Said that's not appealable either. Said you have to go to a hearing officer. I went to a hearing officer, but I think it's in violation of state law. And a controversy has arose this morning, a week or so ago, or last week sometime. I talked to Trevor Lloyd. I says, is this action I have before the Board of Adjustment appealable to the county commission? And he says yes, and sent me a code section from the county's code, and that was his interpretation. I find out this morning that no, it's not appealable to the Board of Adjustment. So I'm going to request a continuance of that item, because had I known that whoever, this young lady, somebody back up there, changed their mind, and now the decision you make today on my appeal It's not appealable to the county commission. Had I known that last week or 2 weeks ago, and I inquired of Lloyd Trevor, I would have sought a restraining order against having this hearing today. But that's an ambush. That's a judicial or legal ambush. And just, if I can get it in here, in conclusion, it also states in state law that, well, you have it before you, but it says that under 310, it says, any person aggrieved by a decision, it's the wrong one, but there is a provision in state law that you must have the opportunity to go to the county commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Chris Swanson, are you in chambers?
Hi. So I've been shooting a documentary.
Can you
on-
please state your first and
Oh,
last name?
My name is Chris Swanson.
Thank you.
Here to make public comment. I've been working on a documentary project of Gary Schmidt and his, well, all kinds of things. Most of it's including his dealings with the government, between Reindeer Lodge, Gerlach, various different things, for the last several years. And one of the things that tipped this whole thing off was actually the GID in Gerlach. I don't know what, I missed most of what Gary said, but he started a battle with them when they tried to get into the real estate development business, which is outside of their scope. And ever since, they've been doing everything they can to give him grief and make him back off, which it seems like he's won that battle. But this petty little thing seems to be a weird distortion that they're taking advantage of. The misreading of the law doesn't make any sense. I was looking through the assessor's records. It's a single record, the sale of this property from the last two owners. Both parcels were sold together as one lot, as one property, 3 times. It is a house with the lot next to it. It is all one thing. So the accessory use on the lot adjacent to the lot that has the house on it, it's all one thing. So to call them separate lots doesn't even make sense. And then the other thing that struck me as odd was, oh, the RV wasn't there continuously for 2 years. Well, there are 2 pictures, but the RV is kind of beside the point. What you can look at those 2 pictures is you see, well, there's one trailer of one sort in one picture, and then in another picture, there's another trailer and another truck and another vehicle of some sort. So it shows that there's use as storage on that property continuously by every image that's on there, whether it's bicycles that got dropped off from all the burners, which is a never-ending thing that happens every year, so it's certainly getting used for it then. It's just, if someone finds it to be a nuisance, that's a conversation that can be had, but I don't think there's any way that this is in any way illegal. It's legal non-conforming because it's a accessory use of part of the same lot that has a house. I don't think there's any other way to look at it. It seems kind of blatantly obvious to anyone who just can read. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, is there any further public comment for this item in chambers? Okay, that's it for chambers. On Zoom, I have Sarah Hayden. If you would please unmute and state your first and last name for the record. Sarah, now's your time to speak.
Great. Is this about the school meeting, or is this public comment for all agenda items, or just this one?
This is just general public comment. You're welcome to make public comment during the actual item as well.
Okay, I would rather just do it now. I fully support the school in Incline Village, both the Catholic school and the Christian school. They have been tremendous, churches have been tremendous educational foundations for the citizens and residents, adults in this community, and they already provide great education for the adults. And I think providing it to students and children in the community will only add to the impact to Incline Village, as well as the greater Washoe County. So I fully support them expanding and providing a great educational opportunity for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could please just say your first and last name for the record.
Yes, for the record, my name is Sarah, S-A-R-A, Hadden, H-A-D-D-E-N.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There
have-
is no further public comment on Zoom.
Nothing in chambers or on Zoom.
Correct.
Okay, we'll close down public comment and move on to item number 6, approval of the July 8th agenda. I don't have any changes at this time. Can we get a motion to accept as written?
Kathy Julian, for the record, I move to accept the agenda.
Do we have a second?
Leo Harishny, I second the motion.
Okay, it's been, motion's been made to approve today's agenda, and the second's been made. Can I get, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. Item number 7 is approval of the June 6th draft minutes. Did everybody get a chance to look at that? Do we have any changes, comments, or I'll entertain a motion if there's no changes or comments about it.
Peter Kashan, for the record, I'll move to approve the June 6, 2024 draft minutes.
Okay? And I'll second it. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Moves us on to the public hearing items. 8A is case number WVIO PLA 23-0127 for Schmidt, 345 Main Street. Mr. Lloyd?
For
please.
possible action, hearing, and discussion to affirm, modify, reverse, or remand an administrative hearing officer's order affirming a code enforcement violation of Washoe County Code, Section 110-306-35B, outdoor storage of an RV on a vacant residentially zoned property without the required existing principal use. Representing Washoe County in this matter is Planning Manager Chad Geisinger.
All right, Chad, if it's all right, I'd like to ask Mr. Schmidt to come back up, and I just want to ask him for a point of clarification. He mentioned something in public comment. Mr. Schmidt?
Yes.
If you could just state your first and last name. I heard you state in public comment that you wanted a continuance of this. Is that true or false?
Yes. My
Okay.
name is Gary Schmidt, and if I may point out, the controversy arose today. I got an email today changing the opinion or the information I'd gotten from Mr. Lloyd. I know he's not an attorney. I'm not an attorney, or at least I'm not a licensed one, although I have sued the county in the state Supreme Court pro per successfully. One of the issues here is NRS, and you have it as A3, NRS 278-3195.
Okay, Gary, I just want to interrupt for a second. I'm going to
Yeah.
give you 3 minutes to explain your case. So if you want to
For the
talk more about
continuance?
it. Yeah, for the continuance.
Yes.
My question was just a simple, yes, I want to continue it, or
Yes.
a no. Okay, so
Yes.
you do want to continue it.
That's
Okay,
correct.
now, can you tell us a little bit why you want to continue this?
Well, because county code is not compliant with state law in this matter, in a couple different areas. But the more recent one, and I'll read it into the record, 278-3195, which states clearly, 1, each governing body shall adopt an ordinance providing that any person who is aggrieved by a decision of Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment, hearing examiner, or any other appointed or employed, any person appointed or employed by the governing body who is authorized to make administrative decisions, that's a code enforcement officer, the use of land, may appeal the decision of the governing, to the governing body. It clearly states in state law, it's just one section here, that at some point in time, the county can pass all kinds of codes. They can have a hearing officer or not. They can have a board of adjustment or not. A lot of counties don't have a board of adjustment. There's a lot of different options. But one option you can't get around is in state law 3195 that says any decision by the Planning Commission, a board of adjustment, a hearing officer, or any person, you must provide that if you don't agree with the decision, can be appealed to the county commission. And your code section doesn't provide that. I was kind of assured, your code section is a little vague and ambiguous. Subject to opinions, Ms. Hickman there has her opinion. My attorney, Luke Busby, has his opinion. I have mine. But until this matter is cleared up, whether or not your decision today can be appealed to the county commission, it puts me at a disadvantage. Because had I known that, had I been advised on a timely basis last week when I talked to Lloyd, and by my reading, and I inquired on a timely basis, that the position of the county, whoever, is that it's not appealable to the county commission, I would have done two things. I would have sought a restraining order against this hearing, and I also would have had my attorney here to represent me. I was holding off my attorney for the final action. Don't want to pay him unnecessarily. I'm a master of the facts here. I would have had my attorney here if the court had ruled or I'd been convinced that this is the last hearing process before we have to go to district court. This thing shouldn't go to district court. It shouldn't have even been here. The law is quite clear that there's no infraction.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on this matter? Because it wants.
I have Roger Edwards.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The matter at hand is the continuance.
The matter at hand is a
Correct.
continuance, but I'm asking for public comment on the continuance
Correct,
on
okay.
this. Yes. So just to make sure the public has an opportunity to speak. Go ahead. State your
Thank
first
you.
and last.
Roger Edwards, for the record, 50-year resident of Washoe County. This is exactly what I talked about a minute ago. Do we want to get involved with this any farther? I mean, have you folks been to Gerlach? Are you really concerned about what this guy's doing with this co-joined lot? I've been there many times, and I know the lot. That lot has never been vacant. I've known it since before 2016. Okay, and I know the lot. I've been on it many times. It's been used for every kind of storage, including the collection of hundreds of bikes from Burning Man that get distributed into the community at no cost. If anything, this lot is being used for public service. And I know he might be a crotchety old bastard, but he is a resident. And we are here to serve the residents, okay? And what somebody does with a vacant lot, adjoining vacant lot in Gerlach, 100 miles from here, impacts absolutely no one. Do we need to go there? Do we need to be involved with this? Come on. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this matter? On
No
the
further
continuance?
public comment in chambers.
And I have no hands raised for this item on Zoom.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. I got to ask legal. Legal, is it okay if we continue, if the board approves a continuance and putting a 30-day time limit on that, or do I need to ask Mr. Schmidt about the time limit?
It would be appropriate to continue to the next meeting.
To continue it until the next meeting? Okay. Mr. Schmidt, can you please come up here? I just want to clarify what we're going to be voting on. And please state your first and last name.
Yes, I would agree to any length of continuance. There's nothing, the community's not at risk here.
Please just state your first and last name. Just
Gary
for-
Schmidt.
Thank you.
The community's not at risk here. The whole issue is whether the concept of storage was grandfathered on an adjacent lot owned by the same person for 40 years, three different people.
I understand
And so
that. I'm
there's
not
no
try-
community at risk.
I understand
And the issue needs to be settled.
Okay.
Who can appeal directly to the Board of Adjustment or not?
I get it.
Because you're in violation of state law. And also,
I
the
get
issue
it.
needs to be settled how you get before the county commissioner, because state law provides that. And if it takes 30 days, if it
Okay.
takes 60 days, I don't care.
All right.
I will grant authorization to waive any timely hearings,
All right.
because I want to get the law settled.
Right.
The issue has been has occurred for other people that didn't have the tenacity or the deep pockets to hire a lawyer
Right.
to settle this issue, and it needs to be settled.
Yeah.
You guys have more authority than you're exercising. They're taking it from you. There's appeals coming to you that you don't see. Every appeal that comes to you, you should decide whether you can hear the appeal or not. She shouldn't decide,
Okay.
she can
All right.
advise you, she shouldn't decide.
Thank you. Thank you. I get it. I get it. We need to move on. We have, I'm gonna,
Mr.
here's
Chair?
what we got. Go ahead.
If I can also add that the appeal process per 910 directly through judicial review was part of the staff report. It was included, which was sent out, or it was published, I should say, on June 27th, and was concurrently sent out to the applicant as well. So we had that information available.
Okay. All right. So what we have before us is the applicant would like to continue it. Legal would, and I would like to get it done, resolved as soon as possible. So can we get a motion to continue this for 30 days until next month? Hopefully that'll be enough time for them to work this out, and then we can address it at that time. Go ahead.
For the record, Don Christensen. I move that this matter now before the board be continued for at least 30 days to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Adjustment.
Okay.
Kathy Jillian, for the record, I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If we can, I know that Planning Manager Chad Geisinger wanted something to say as well prior to the action taking place.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board of Adjustment members. Planning Manager Chad Giesinger for the record. Yes, I would just like to bring to the board's attention that this matter has been dragging out already for an extremely long time for a simple matter. All that is required to resolve this case is a recordation of a deed restriction. It is not onerous, it is not difficult. I have it with me right now. It'd take 5 minutes, you could walk it down. I want to point out that there's already been numerous delays on this case. Originally, this case was supposed to go to the Administrative Hearing Office in February 5th. At the last minute, the day before the hearing, Mr. Schmidt appealed for a continuance. His reasons were many. One of them was that he wanted an in-person hearing. Those hearings are always held by Zoom now after COVID, but the hearing office did end up granting that request, and it was continued until April 5th. At the April 5th meeting, which went 5 hours, and they're only supposed to go 1 hour, the hearing officer found in favor of the county. Now, Chapter 125, the Administrative Code, requires that an appeal of an administrative hearing order, which is what Mr. Schmidt filed after the hearing, must be heard within 60 days. So I diligently worked to get that scheduled for the next available BOA meeting, which was in June. Then Mr. Schmidt appealed for a continuance. He said he was going to be out of town. The hearing order ordered a comply-by date to remove the RV or record the deed restriction of June 30th. So now we're already past the hearing order, which was legally issued by the Administrative Hearing Office, out to a July meeting date, which is beyond the comply-by date of the hearing order. And yet again, the day before the hearing, Mr. Schmidt wants a continuance. So I just want to make sure you're aware of all this history before you vote on this matter and delay it yet again. We were trying to give him expedited due process, as is his right, and we keep getting delays. So, thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion in front of us. We have a second to put this out till the next meeting. And I think we should vote on that. And I think if we do approve that this will be the last time. It has to be resolved with everything that's going on. So all those in favor of putting it out for 30 days maximum, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, Mr. Schmidt, you have 30 days. All right, that brings us to 8B, which is amendment of case number WAC 24-0006 for Highway 34 storage. Mr. Lloyd, will you please announce?
For hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve an amendment of conditions for special use permit, WSUP 22-0003, to allow for an extension of time for an additional 2 years until May 5th, 2026. Representing Washoe County in this matter is Planner Julie Olander.
All right, Julie, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Julie Olen for the record. So this is a request to amend a condition from WSUP 22003 and to extend the requirement for the required building permit to May 5th, 2025. On May 5th, 2022, this board approved administrative permit, special use permit, SUP 22003, which was to establish the special use to allow outdoor storage, including storage of operable and inoperable vehicles, along with personal storage. This is a 51-acre parcel that is located 16 miles north of Gerlach, and the access is along County Route, Route 34. Here's an overview of the plans that you reviewed in 2022, showing where the storage is. And they're just asking to change that one condition. So before it said within 2 years, and they're asking to change it to May 5th, 2025. This notices were sent. I had to send them out 10 miles from the site to get the 32 parcels that needed to be noticed. No neighborhood meeting was required. And various agencies did review this application, and the only changes are in the conditions of approval, basically are for the date. Staff is able to make all the findings, and a motion is available here on the screen. The applicant is available for any questions. He does not have a presentation. This is a pretty straightforward case.
Thank you. With that said, the applicant does not have a presentation. With that said, we will move on to public comment. Do we have any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment in chambers for this item and no hands raised.
Okay, so we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Do we have any?
Mr. Chairman, I'm here for the applicant. I did have one question.
Oh, you do have something. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yes, I'm sorry. She said you did not have it. I apologize.
I didn't until the presentation. Thank you very much. My
Okay.
name is Arlo Stock. I'm representing Bright Holland here. I appreciate staff moving this forward and the staff recommendation. My one question is the staff report and recommendation there was to extend until May 2026, 2 years, which we support. The presentation showed 2025, so I just wanted to make sure it was 2026. Thank you very much.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you. With that, let's open back up public comment. Do we have any public comment with that change?
No change, no public comment.
No public, okay, we'll close that, we'll bring it back to the board. Does anybody have any questions, or can we get a motion then, please?
Did you get that?
Now it's on there.
Can you repeat it again, please, Don?
Thank you. A question for the applicant. I'm going to speak a little in the vernacular here. Why are we kicking this can down the road?
The short answer is the team had trouble getting final building plans prepared in time for the deadline. They probably didn't start quickly enough, but they were working through the winter and spring to get plans prepared. The engineering firms were very busy and backed up, and they were unable to meet the May deadline, so we filed for this extension.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay. Can I get a motion?
I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustments approved with amendment of conditions, case number WAC 24-0006 for Bright Holland Company, with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made the findings that the request for extension was made in writing prior to the expiration date, and that the circumstances have not appreciably changed since the original approval, and that the original findings remain valid.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Kathy Julian, that was Leo's motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The one nay, motion passes. The one nay was from Dawn. That moves us on to C, special use permit case number WSUP 24-0005 for St. Clair's. Mr. Lloyd, will you please announce that?
Yeah, for hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve a special use permit to establish a daycare center, preschool, and schools for kindergarten through secondary as a permitted use at 701 Mount Rose Highway with a combined maximum occupancy of 60 students for both uses. Representing Washoe County in this matter is Senior Planner Courtney Wakey.
All right, Courtney, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One second while I pull the presentation up. Okay. Good afternoon. Courtney Wakey, Senior Planner, Washoe County. As Mr. Lloyd just stated, the case before you is special use permit case number WSUP 24-0005 for St. Clair's. The special use permit request is to establish a daycare center / preschool and an elementary school, which is defined as schools kindergarten through secondary in Article 220 Tahoe area for a maximum enrollment of 60 students on 2 parcels located at 701 Mount Rose Highway and 665 Kelly Drive. The subject parcels are located on the corner of Mount Rose Highway and Kelly Drive and have a regulatory zone of Tahoe Wood Creek. All abutting properties are in the same regulatory zone of Tahoe Wood Creek. The existing church is located at 701 Mount Rose Highway on a 3.3 acre parcel, and that's the northernmost parcel shown there in the vicinity map. And the associated southern parcel is located at 665 Kelly Drive on 9.2 acres. Okay, and here's an aerial overhead image of both the parcels. The existing structures and all associated uses of the property, such as playground areas, are set back more than 60 feet from the edge of pavement from Mount Rose Highway to the north. In addition, there is a large buffer of native vegetation and significant elevation change between the school and Mount Rose Highway. The nearest residential use outside of the single-family dwelling on the southern parcel is approximately 200 feet from any school use adjacent to the residential uses. The northern parcel at 701 Mount Rose Highway is developed with an existing 14,000 square foot church facility, St. Francis of Assisi Church, and associated parking. Across the street to the southwest is 665 Kelly Drive, is developed with overflow church parking and an existing single-family dwelling. The proposal does not require any expansion of the existing building. If modifications to the interior or otherwise are necessary for future classrooms or otherwise, appropriate building and planning permits would be required. A little bit of background into the request. St. Clair's was founded in 2018 and is the only Catholic school offered in the North Tahoe area. From the fall of 2018 to the spring of 2022, St. Clair's operated out of the North Tahoe Hebrews Congregation facility located in Tahoe Vista, California. St. Clair's was informed by the Hebrew congregation that they would not be able to renew their lease agreement for the 2022-23 school year. In 2022, St. Clair's was issued a temporary use permit by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, or TRPA, to operate an elementary school for the 2022-23 school year out of St. Francis. A second temporary use permit was issued for the 2023-24 school year. During this time, the applicant did learn that the proposed school use was not allowed outright. Therefore, there was this exception to pursue a temporary use permit while pursuing an amendment to the Wood Creek regulatory zone. So the applicant submitted a Development Code Amendment, WDCA 23-001, in 2023 to amend Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Article 220, Tahoe area to add schools kindergarten through secondary as a permitted use within the Tahoe Wood Creek regulatory zone on those parcels equal to or greater than 3 acres. The requested amendment was approved by both Washoe County and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and became effective April 24th, 2024. While the applicant has indicated this will be a private school, the Tahoe Area Plan does not distinguish between public or private schools. Here's the site plan, and I apologize, I tried adjusting it, but the lines aren't showing very well on the overhead. Access to the project site is from Mount Rose Highway. There are no proposed changes to the existing access, driveway, or parking lot. The number of current parking spaces of 88 meets the cumulative demand for the existing religious assembly use type and the proposed additional uses as specified in the staff report. For the past 2 years, under the temporary use permit, the school has used the adjacent southern overflow parking lot for recess during the school week when the demand for church parking at this location is minimal to non-existent. The applicant indicates traffic cones are put out to delineate the area of the parking surface where the children must remain and that children are under constant supervision. Access and traffic circulation. The proposed traffic pattern for school and daycare pickup and drop-off directs traffic to enter directly from Mount Rose Highway to circle through the church parking lot to the northern corner for drop-off pickup and then exit via a right-hand turn onto Kelly Drive. To ensure compliance with the proposed traffic and circulation pattern, a condition of approval requires all parents or guardians of enrolled students to assign an agreement acknowledging receipt of the school's official drop-off and pickup requirements. Per the trip generation analysis, as represented in the summary table included within the staff report, the trips generated by the proposed development are less than 80 weekday peak hour trips and under the 200 peak hour trips. And therefore, the proposed project does not require a traffic engineer to complete a traffic impact report. However, engineering has provided additional conditions of approval to obtain further information regarding traffic and circulation, specifically without going into reading it verbatim, that the applicant shall submit for approval by the county engineer a detailed traffic circulation plan during the school pickup and drop-off times. The plan will include such delineation of areas used for pickup, drop-off, queuing, as well as the estimated number and location of personnel directing and coordinating traffic circulation. In addition, prior to the issuance of a business license for the operation of the school and child care center, the application shall also provide a safe route to school safety plan for approval by the county engineer. In addition, North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District has also recommended approval with the following condition: provide a detailed documentation on how vehicular ways to the main thoroughways will remain compliant despite the increase in vehicles and buses during peak pickup and drop-off times. This plan shall include strategies to manage traffic to ensure clear ingress and evacuation routes for fire apparatus. All 3 of these conditions must be satisfied prior to issuance of a business license, therefore operations of the school. To address neighborhood noise concerns, a condition of approval limits recess to no sooner than 10 a.m. Should a noise complaint be made, an enforcement action would be followed by TRPA and Washoe County Code Enforcement. The TRPA issued temporary use permit I spoke of earlier required that St. Clair's keep a record of any noise complaints received and the responses to such complaints. A copy of that report was included in your staff report as an appendix to the revised application supplemental Materials Exhibit F. I believe it was on page 79. There was some difficulty in tracking that down. All complaints were resolved in a timely and satisfactory manner according to the TRPA. There were 6 complaints, 2 of which were not related to the school use, but rather events associated with the church. To summarize. All conditions were incorporated as conditions of approval that were required by the contacted agencies and can be found in Exhibit A. No opposition to the request was received. 83 parcels were noticed using a 500-foot buffer from each of the affected or subject parcels. At the time this PowerPoint was put together, we had received 4 public comments in support and 2 in opposition, and let me clarify, that is commenters. There were comments received by more than one comment received from one commenter throughout there. So I'm just summarizing the commenters. Since then, you have received additional public comment through the admin staff today, I believe. Staff does believe all of the required 5 findings can be made and are detailed in the staff report. And staff is recommending that the Board of Adjustment approve the special use permit case number WSUP 24-005. And I've provided the above motion for your consideration, and I'm available for any questions. The applicant is also available and I believe has a presentation for you as well.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and have the applicant do their presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pierce and members of the Washoe County Board of Adjustments and public participants. My name is Anne Marie Lane, and from Juniper and Sage Consulting, and I represent St. Clair's. So the purpose of my presentation to you today is to introduce the applicant's SUP request, provide relevant background information on how the applicants have addressed community concerns, and answer any questions that the board might have. St. Clair's is a small nonprofit Catholic school that has been serving the North Tahoe area for over 6 years. The school was founded and is managed by parishioners of St. Francis of Assisi Catholic Church in Incline Village. With me today, I do have the applicants and founders of this school, Mr. and Mrs. Roothouse. Thank you for being here today. As mentioned, the school is currently operating under a temporary use permit as they pursue an improved special use permit, which would allow them to operate for the foreseeable future. St. Clair's is the only Catholic school in the Tahoe area, and the closest option for Catholic education outside of St. Clair's are in Reno or Carson City. St. Clair's currently serves a total of 22 families and 45 students, and 25% of their students receive full financial aid scholarships. The project's subject site is located at the northwest intersection of Mount Rose Highway and Kelly Drive. It is located within the Washoe County Tahoe Area Plan in the residential regulatory zone of Wood Creek. The Tahoe Area Plan is the code-adopted authority that determines what uses are allowed on each property. The only regulatory zones in the Tahoe Area Plan that do allow for school use outright are outlined on the map in red. While the Wood Creek regulatory zone focuses primarily on single-family dwellings, it is also intended to provide a broad scope of public services to serve its residential communities. Daycare centers and schools aren't allowed use with a special use permit within the Wood Creek regulatory zone. As such, the applicants are requesting the Board of Adjustments approval for a special use permit to operate a small daycare preschool and K-12 school with a maximum enrollment of up to 60 students. The school would operate within the existing facilities located on the subject site. No new buildings or increased building footprints are being proposed. Existing water service, electrical utilities, and sanitary sewer treatment serve the subject property, and no additional services or utilities are required. Notification was sent to property owners within 500 feet of the subject site on May 6th of this year. The applicants hosted a neighborhood meeting on May 16th to inform residents about the proposed SUP application and gather community input. The comment, sign-in sheet, and meeting summary were included in the application packet as Appendix 8. Concerns noted throughout the community engagement process included traffic and parking, fire safety, environmental impacts, including the potential for future expansion and student capacity increases, noise, and potential impacts to public schools and potential impacts to property values. The subject site has frontage along Mount Rose Highway and driveway access off Kelly Drive. The proposed project anticipates 47.2 peak AM hour trips and 22.6 peak PM hour trips and does not meet the threshold required for traffic impact analysis or traffic entry and access study. The proposed parking lot layout and design provides for adequate parking area circulation, including ingress, egress, on-premise circulation, and maneuvering. The proposed site layout provides necessary access for service and emergency vehicles and provides safe and convenient interaction between vehicles and pedestrians. A traffic concern brought up at the neighborhood meeting was the potential increase of traffic into the Wood Creek neighborhood area. As such, the traffic pattern for school pickup and drop-off directs students to enter and exit through Mount Rose to avoid an increase of traffic into the neighborhood. Drop-off and pickup instructions are printed in the parent handbook and included in each week in the school's weekly update. These instructions prohibit entering or exiting the school through the Kelly Drive neighborhood to minimize those potential impacts to the neighborhood. To ensure compliance with the traffic pattern, the applicant proposed a condition of approval that requires all parents and guardians of enrolled students to sign an agreement acknowledging receipt of the school's official drop-off and pickup policy and agreement to comply with such policy. Another traffic concern that was mentioned during the neighborhood meeting was the safety of students with the proximity of the school to the Mount Rose Highway. However, there are two large retaining walls and a large wooded area that provide ample buffers between the school and Mount Rose Highway. Conditions of approval to address traffic concerns include Condition 1F, which requires all parents and guardians to sign an agreement acknowledging receipt of the drop-off and pickup policy. Condition 2A, which requires a traffic circulation plan to be approved by the county engineer. And Condition 3B, which requires a safe route to school safety plan for access to the designated elementary school recess area south of Kelly Drive. Parking. Parking capacity to serve the facility is provided at or above the rate that is required by Washoe County Code. A few neighbors have voiced concern about the school creating a backup of on-street parking along Mount Rose Highway. The students and staff of St. Clair's utilize the church building from 8:15 a.m. to 2:50 p.m. Monday through Friday, during which time the church doesn't have much use. A comparison of parking use during Sunday Mass versus school drop-off and pickup shows that on-street parking is not utilized during school hours. Conditions of approval to address parking concerns include Condition 1E, which requires a recorded reciprocal agreement for shared parking between the church and the school. Fire safety. In the state of Nevada, all private schools must be licensed by the Nevada Department of Education as well as the county in which they operate. Washoe County regulates businesses to protect the public's health and safety and to ensure that businesses comply with all applicable federal, state, and local codes and regulations. The business license application and renewal process for private schools requires annual fire safety inspections. Within the Tahoe Basin, including Incline Village, private schools are required to pass a fire safety inspection by the North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District prior to operating. In addition, St. Clair's has a robust emergency operations plan that has been fully vetted by both fire and local law enforcement. Our emergency service providers are aware of the school's operations and are confident in their ability to respond in the event of emergency. And pardon me, I'm going to grab my water. It is warm in here, so thank you guys for bearing with me. Oh, that's better. Environmental impacts. St. Clair's SUP proposes to utilize existing infrastructure and does not have an increased footprint on the environment. Trash is contained in a bear-safe enclosure to deter bear activity in the vicinity. And operating in an underutilized existing building offers several environmental benefits. Repurposing buildings helps prevent the need for new construction, which in turn reduces urban sprawl. This helps preserve natural habitats that would have otherwise been converted into new developments. And two, utilizing existing buildings during time when they would otherwise be vacant is a sustainable practice that promotes responsible land use, conserves resources, and preserves the unique character and history of communities. Lastly, the applicant understands that changes in land use involving educational institutions can impact communities and would like to address neighborhood concerns about any future expansion or student capacity increases. Although expansion is not anticipated or proposed at this time, it is important for the public to understand that any future expansion of the existing building or placement of any additional buildings for school use would be prohibited without first amending the special use permit. The same stipulation would apply to any potential future requests for student capacity increases. And amending a special use permit requires both public notification and a public hearing. Noise. The subject site is located on 2 parcels, as indicated in yellow on the map. Residential uses surrounding the site are buffered by large swaths of densely forested areas, and the closest residential property line to the school use, indicated in the red star, is located more than 200 feet away from the school use, and that's from the property line, not the actual building. The Tahoe Area Plan establishes noise limitations based on the community noise equivalent level, which is a measure of a single noise event as measured by a noise monitor. It is not anticipated that the school use would exceed the noise level threshold, and code enforcement actions would be followed should a noise complaint be filed with code enforcement against the school. St. Clair's has also implemented several strategies to reduce potential noise impacts to neighbors during recess. St. Clair's has designated specific play areas away from residential properties to minimize noise disturbances. By strategically locating the elementary recess area away from adjacent residents, St. Clair's has proactively reduced the impact of noise on the surrounding neighbors. St. Clair's employees actively supervise students during recess to ensure they engage in appropriate activities. They have implemented rules and guidelines for behavior during outdoor play to help maintain a more peaceful environment and reduce excessive noise levels. One such example is prohibiting the act of throwing balls against metal surfaces. Lastly, St. Clair's has an excellent track record for responding to and recording any received complaints. During the 23-24 school year, St. Clair's received 6 noise complaints. 2 of those complaints were related to events hosted by the church and not relevant to the school operations. The other 4 complaints were related to noise from the children, and St. Clair's staff responded to the complaints in a timely and effective manner. Conditions of approval to address noise include Condition 1D, which prohibits outdoor recess prior to 10 a.m. Impact to public schools. Since March of 2020, public and private education has been in a space never experienced before in educational history. This devastating pandemic, however, generated increased interest and innovation, both as a concept and a strategy to rethink what a school is, what it looks like, and how it operates. Taking a look at the state of Nevada 10-year comparison for private school enrollment, and mind you, this is private school enrollment and does not include charter school enrollment. You can see that prior to the 2021-2022 school year, private school enrollment across the state averaged between 19,000 and 20,000 students. Then in 2021-2022 school year, we began to see a drastic increase in private school enrollment, which to date represents a 17.4 increase in private school enrollment across the state since the pandemic. As such, the applicant's proposal is consistent with private school enrollment trends across the state of Nevada and is not unique to Incline Village. St. Clair's has been responding to the need for faith-based education in their community. Overall, school choice creates a dynamic, engaged, and supportive community by offering diverse educational opportunities that meet the varied needs of families and students. Impact of property values. Home values are influenced by a variety of indicators ranging from location-specific factors to broader economic conditions. According to a study published in the Journal of Agricultural and Applied Economics, homes that are located within proximity to schools tend to have stronger property values, whereas those that are farther away have lower property values. Private schools often contribute positively to the local community and economy. They can attract families seeking quality education for their children, which can increase the demand for housing in the area. This increase in demand can, in many cases, positively influence property values. In addition, the presence of a private school can enhance the overall prestige and desirability of a neighborhood. Neighborhoods with private schools may attract more affluent families who can afford private education. This demographic can contribute to a stable and prosperous, my mouth is all tongue-tied, sorry, community, which is often reflected in higher property values. In summary, 1 minute left. St. Clair's SUP request is compatible with the Tahoe Area Plan, which encourages sustainable development into areas with existing development and infrastructure, and the use of existing church facilities that remain mostly underutilized during school hours supports the goals and policies of the Tahoe Area Plan. As evidenced throughout this presentation and the associated application documents, the applicant has diligently and in good faith addressed the concerns of the neighborhood, and the request is consistent with the long-range policies and regulations governing the allowance of these requests. It is for these reasons and others outlined within the submittal package that the applicant respectfully requests the Board of Adjustments to approve the special use permit. This time, I'd like to thank Washoe County Planning staff for assistance throughout this process, and I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the Washoe County Board of Adjustments for your time this afternoon, and to St. Clair's for entrusting Jennifer and Sage with your consulting needs. Should the Board of Adjustments have any specific questions, I am happy to provide a response. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, let's open up public comment for this matter. Do we have any public comment?
We do. I have Will Phillips.
Thank you, Will Phillips. I always like going first, so I set the bar low, so you're welcome. I support the approval of this special use to the maximum number of students possible for both schools. This important issue for the special use cannot be overstated. Without this special use, the families of Incline will not have the option to choose a faith-based education for our children. This ultimately is an issue of religious freedom vis-a-vis school choice. And I understand the agenda does not mention religion, but there is a concept in the law that says when there's government action, even if something is neutral on its face, it can have a disparate or disproportionate impact on one group over another. And that is certainly the case here. It's about religious freedom. It's about religious choice. Please make no mistake about it. And before you make any decision, please consider that. Please approve the special use and preserve the religious freedom of the families of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have Paige Roodhouse.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Paige Roodhouse for the record. My husband Alex and I founded St. Clair's 6 years ago, and I currently serve as the executive director. St. Clair's is a small Catholic Montessori school operated with the permission of Bishop Muggenborg as a ministry of the Catholic Church in the Diocese of Reno. Today, we're seeking the special use permit that would allow us to operate in our spiritual home to provide a Catholic religious education for the children in our community. Access to the sacraments of Holy Communion and confession, as well as the opportunity to participate in adoration, are essential components of Catholic education that take place within our Catholic Church. St. Clair's is a 501c3 nonprofit. If any of you have been in nonprofit business, you know that it's a difficult one to be in. It's difficult just to exist. For 6 years, we have had to fundraise and garner support and just stay on our feet through a lot of different obstacles, and this is one of them. We've been serving the community for these past 6 years. We're currently a very small school with just a total of 22 families and 45 students and seeking to expand only up to 60 students. We do serve the immediate area. Only 3 of our families commute from the greater area. In addition to being a licensed private school, we're also a licensed childcare provider, serving the community by offering childcare for children as young as 2.5 years old. And this is a critical infrastructure component for working parents. Our Montessori school enriches our community by providing access to a world-renowned education model that is based on a self-paced, differentiated learning, which is great for students with learning differences. We charge less than half of the tuition charged by other private schools in the Tahoe area. We offer aggressive financial aid awarded to enable families with financial hardship to attend, and currently 25% of our students receive full financial aid scholarships. St. Francis has been at its current location for over 50 years, and for decades the church has been functioning as a community use building with far more activities involving much higher traffic and numbers of children than St. Clair's adds to the location. As Anne Marie noted, we operate during a time when the building is very quiet. The students and staff use the building from 8 o'clock in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, a time during which the church doesn't have much use. After the school day and on weekends, St. Francis comes alive with ministry meetings, faith formation activities, weekend masses, weddings, and funerals. The bottom line is that we're a tiny nonprofit Catholic school trying to just be allowed to continue to exist. We've been through a lot of hurdles. This has been an almost 2-year process. We'd like to offer Catholic education to our own children and to the children of our community, and we thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I have Debbie Larson.
Hello, Debbie Larson for the record. I'm a 25-year resident of Incline and parishioner at St. Francis. I just want to bring a little perspective so that you could feel confident in terms of some of the issues brought up and about the integrity of the neighborhood. Paige mentioned some of the typical church activities that occur, masses, weddings, funerals, and religious education for over 100 students a week. The church has a capacity of roughly 300 people and can be used safely for its permitted volume, including cars entering and exiting the church parking lot from Mount Rose Highway. The various uses over the past 50, almost 60 years listed above have barely raised any notice from neighbors, and those events have regularly brought in much, much more traffic than the small school does. Also, just wanted to mention the reason why the Hebrew congregation did not renew the lease. It was because during COVID, their congregation, or after COVID, their congregation increased and they needed the space. And when the rabbi there was asked about what kind of tenant St. Clair's was, he wrote a glowing letter. So I just wanted to be sure you know that. Finally, just want to say that the church has been there since 1965, not in that building that's currently there, but they are part of the integrity. Ironically, they are part of the integrity and character of the neighborhood as it exists now. They have always been a part of it longer than many of, not all, but many of the current residents. Thank you so much. Please approve.
Thank you. I have Eugene Guma.
Good afternoon. My name is Eugene Guma. I am a teacher and a parent at St. Clair's and a parishioner at St. Francis Catholic Church. The school has offered us an opportunity to help in the moral and religious training of our children. Personally, The school has positively impacted my life, and I am in favor of having St. Clair's at St. Francis. Please approve the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Eric Brockman.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Brockman. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and share my personal support for this special use permit. I am a father of 5 and a working dad, and I represent many working parents in Incline Village. And this school has done a lot for my family and provided a unique education, a hands-on learning environment, a faith-based learning environment, something that I can't find for my kids in other places. And I do hope you approve this special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Katie Stevenson.
Hello, I'm Katie Stevenson, and I'm here in support of St. Clair's. It's a vital school in our community, one that provides a type of education, Montessori and faith-based, unavailable anywhere else within a reasonable commute. It's very important to our family. I don't know what we would do if we didn't have St. Clair's, so please approve. Thank you.
Alex Roothouse.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Roothouse. I will try to keep it short because I think Anne Marie's presentation was a great summary. But really what this comes down to is we're just a Catholic school that wants to exist in our Catholic Church. We've been through a lot of process to make that happen. Initially, a temporary use permit, which required public hearings, public notification, public meetings in the community, just to get the temporary use permit. Then we went through what ended up being almost a 14-month process for the Development Code Amendment, which I want to say there was 12 or more public hearings in that process. So there was a lot of time to have these discussions and to hear from our neighbors and to hear concerns, all things that, as Anne Marie said, we're very aware of and we've taken a lot of steps to mitigate. We desperately want to be good neighbors for our community, of course, as a Catholic Church. And as a school, the last thing you want to do is to have bad relationships with your neighbors or to alienate people. And so we're happy to follow all the conditions of approval that would come with a permit, of course. But even then, we're still going to try to go above and beyond to build and rebuild the relationship with neighbors that are upset by the noise of the children playing or any of those other concerns. So we do take those things seriously. But what this really boils down to is that we're a Catholic school that wants to be in our Catholic Church, that we've gone through the process to have the Development Code amended so that it is an allowed use with a special use permit. So we do ask that you approve the special use permit, put the conditions on it that you think are necessary to help with the community, and we'll continue to try to be good neighbors. Thank you.
D.A. Griscom.
Good afternoon, D.A. Griscom, Incline Village. I just want to point out that the noticing on this entire process was inadequate and non-compliant with code. I received very few notices. The aforementioned 12 meetings, no, never. There was one community meeting I was informed about. It was a hokey-pokey meeting. It's in, it's out. They changed it. They did not notice the entire neighborhood originally, so there was a lot of go-rounds on that. This noticing process did not comply with the code or with the noticing requirements. It's inadequate. Okay, so that's just a process issue. The substantive issues that I have with this are traffic impacts and life safety, particularly for wildfires coming through, which is a very big concern. The traffic situation in North Shore is terrible on any given day. Now we're going to add more traffic congestion, and I can see parents trying to get in to get their kids or whatever, and you know, they said they've got a plan in place. Let's see the whole plan and understand how they're going to deal with that. The traffic thing is a big deal. In Winding Way, in the wood section down there, there are 3 ways in and out. The two ends of Winding Way, one connects to McCurry, the other one is Kelly, and then you've got the Boulevard, Highway 28 at the bottom. These two schools together, one is at one end, McCurry, the other one is at Kelly, okay? And you can say, yeah, we have a parent's manual and they're going to sign an acknowledgement. An acknowledgement is just that. There's no teeth in that, there's no process. Other people are going to change their traffic pattern because of these schools and the commute patterns. Therefore, traffic is going to be affected. You have to look at both of these schools together and the collective impact on traffic in our area. You go to the high school, the middle school, the elementary school, and the Tahoe school, which are existing schools, any day of the week when school's in session and there are traffic issues. They back up on Highway 28, they back up on Village Boulevard. You have people going over double yellow lines to get around because they're frustrated. Traffic is a big deal here. And in the application that I saw, it said, oh, there's no impact. There's definitely going to be an impact. And two of them together that close, big time. So I would say vote no, and at least send this process back to the beginning so we can have proper hearings with all of the facts with the community involved, because not all my neighbors were notified. I wasn't originally notified. I got the information about this from another neighbor, said, hey, have you heard about this? So the whole process has been deeply flawed. Thank you.
I have Shaw Comstock.
We only have so many minutes, but last time I was here, the lawyer stepped in and said this is not about faith-based education. This is about a neighborhood. My name is Shawn Comstock. I am a over 30-year resident in Wood Creek neighborhood. I've represented 50 of my neighbors with a petition against this project at TRPA meetings and Washoe County Commissioner meetings. Shockingly, this Washoe County rezoning temporary permit has now been granted. The rezoning allows K through high schools on their parcels. That is ridiculous in either location based on many factors. I hope this is where the Board of Adjustment now steps in for our residents. Neither locations have enough space or infrastructure to house K through 12 students. Before you grant any SUPs, please visit the locations, observe space for the classrooms. St. Clair's has had multiple, and the church, commercial containers on their property to store classroom supplies over the last 2 years. They have 42 students now and are posing 60s. That would surely put more unsightly storage containers in our neighborhood. I'll try to get to the point. Please, no storage containers on the Catholic Church property where supplies are needed or stored. Their recess and outdoor space playground should be located as far away from the neighbor's property as possible. Please require no parking signs along Mount Rose Highway, anywhere near both of these properties. That means Village Church and in front of the Catholic Church. Make them use their designated spaces. I submitted the photographs. There is church activities and school activities, funerals, weddings, all during the week when the school is in process. Their application requests permission for 60 students. At St. Clair's, 100, and at the Village Church, 116 students at the Village Church. They just don't have room for all these students. Therefore, they will be asking next the permission to put temporary portable modular classrooms at these locations. I gave you a letter that we obtained that says they're going to put in modular units on the lower parking lot on Kelly Drive. Please, that request should be denied, and it should be specified in the special use permit, if granted, that they are not allowed any special use permits for modular classrooms. Please put in there, it should read, no modular units allowed. I'm sure you wouldn't want those in your neighborhood next to your house. I live right behind the church. Pre-K through second grade only, with a maximum of 40 students at each location. There doesn't need to be 200 students almost on Mount Rose Highway, which is our fire evacuation route out of town.
Thank you.
We have no further public comment in chambers. And no hands raised via Zoom.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. I just want to remind the board that we are only looking at St. Clair's. We are not looking at any other case at this time. And this is only for a special use permit. So, do we have any discussion or questions?
Kathy Julian, for the record, I do have some questions for perhaps the applicant, perhaps staff.
Whoever you want.
Okay. I am a little unclear now, is it 60 or 80 students that we're speaking of? Because I saw a number for 20 preschool in the traffic and 60 K through 7 or whatever.
It's 20 students and 40 students for a total of 60.
Can
For a
you
total
state
of
your name,
60.
please?
Oh, Anne Marie Lane, for the record.
Okay, thank you. A second question is, if there has been concern raised about growth, and this is probably a question for staff, if they were to want to put modular classrooms on that sizable empty space across Kelly, near the parking area, the adjacent parking area, would they need to go back to the Board of Adjustment, or would this be an internal decision by staff?
Courtney Wakey, Senior Planner. This special use permit does not take into consideration any additional expansion of the existing buildings or placement of modular or storage containers. And I apologize, I don't have the article memorized, but the special use permit provisions within our development code allow for a deviation of no more than 10% of, so in this case, it could be 10% of the students, 10% of the size of the structure, and that would only be approved through the approval of a director's modification that would be, is at the discretion of the community services director. In addition to that, any placement of a modular building or a storage container for storage reasons is not necessarily prohibited, but it has its own permitting requirements both through the TRPA, Washoe County, as well as requirements within the Tahoe area plan, and therefore would not be something that they could do without a discretionary process. If they were to go beyond that 10%, they would have to come back through the Board of Adjustment.
And to clarify, that would involve public oversight.
It would go through this exact same process where we would require a neighborhood meeting with appropriate noticing prior to the formal submittal of the application, and then prior to, of course, our public hearing, the appropriate noticing for today, or for a public hearing.
Okay. And a third question would be, and this is perhaps more for the applicant. One of the areas not addressed here is pedestrian traffic. And a concern I have coming from Incline Village is children, and certainly children of the ages of 4th, 5th, 6th grade on up to secondary, could be walking, they could be skateboarding, they could be riding their bikes to the school, and there are no sidewalks on Kelly. So how is the school planning to handle the issue of pedestrian traffic of children coming in?
So the applicant, as a conditional of approval, is required to provide a safe route to school plan that will be approved by the county engineer. And in addition to that, sidewalks in this area are a broader issue, and it's a known issue with DOT, it's a known issue with TRPA. Projects of a certain capacity threshold could trigger public improvement to a sidewalk. Let's say if they were proposing a massive new building or something. This project is staying within the existing facility and blueprint, and so that's not a requirement of this project. But it doesn't mean that it couldn't be in the future if expansion were to happen. I think, yeah.
And when you speak, can you, because we have people that write this down, if you could just say your name when you're answering.
Paige Roothouse, for the record, I'm the executive director at St. Clair's. Currently, we have 6 students who are biking and walking to school. They do come through Kelly, that neighborhood. It is a very quiet neighborhood. We ask them to be quiet as they're walking through the neighborhood as well, so they don't disturb the residents. And you saw on our traffic plan how the cars from the school are coming down out of the church parking lot and turning right to go back up onto Mount Rose Highway. So our staff does meet them at the entrance to the school parking lot to make sure that there's no safety issues as they come into contact with that congested area. Does that make sense?
Good. And a follow-up, you have no kids that are crossing Mount Rose Highway?
Not currently, no. Those students are coming from the lower incline area inside the Wood Creek regulatory zone and a few that live close to the library.
And right now you have 20 kids?
Right now we have 45 students.
45, okay.
Yes.
Mostly preschool, though?
We have 20 preschoolers, and we are asking for up to 40 students that would be K through 12.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Give somebody else a chance.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Leo.
That's Leo Harishny for the record. I guess either staff or the director. My question is, since this is a school, and as far as I understand the process, schools are allowed to be, constructed and exist within this area. But what triggers signage specifically for schools? And is there, I assume that whether it's a private school, charter school, or public school, all 3 of them face the same not hurdles, but requirements or expectations for safety signage and whatever when the schools are operating.
I don't know if Mr. Lloyd, he looks like he's about 10 thoughts. Sorry, my brain was going, and Courtney Wakey, for the record, was going in the direction of advertising the school use. So your question is more related to offsite or safety improvements?
No, I guess just signage. Yeah, just public signage. I noticing
School crossing
the fact that there are special signs for the bus stops coming down Mount Rose Highway. At what point, why is there not plans for signage for the 2 schools, comparable? I'm not talking about making sure there's, lights and whatever, but just basic generic school zone signs.
Correct.
Yeah, and I believe you're talking public safety, and that would be under the purview of our roads division through engineering, and they will ensure that there's the adequate signage. If you're talking about area identification or school signage, that will require that the applicant meet minimum code standards, and I believe that's regulated in Article 220 of the Development Code.
So do either of these, I know we're only speaking about St. Clair's, do either of these proposed school operations meet those standards?
I don't know if they do now, maybe Courtney.
Yes, Courtney Wakey for the record. The engineering conditions of approval, and we do have Ms. Janelle Thomas in the room. She may be best to respond to maybe the details or, the logistics of what that looks like.
Please.
As part of their conditions of approval. I do believe that they would be looking at that.
Good afternoon, Janelle Thomas, Senior Licensed Engineer for the record. Yeah, so your question was related to specific safety signage that would be located either within the community or on the Mountain Rose Highway, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So one of the conditions that we do have is for that traffic analysis to be completed to address any kind of queuing concerns that may be, visible or will happen along either the highway or on Kelly Drive. So before they get their business license, they would have to show that analysis is complete, and that analysis could have recommendations related to any kind of safety signage that is necessary.
So what, I'm just,
One of-
and this may be, I don't know, I may be going out of the range of the board here when I ask this, but it seems to me that I understand that there may be standards, but what are the standards that triggered the signage?
I can't cite them, by word at this point,
All right.
but there are standards for school zones and for number of trips that are generated and identification of school hours and things like that. And I believe that it's based on student population. I'm not sure that this would trigger that measure to be taken. But when engineering staff is presented with these analyses, we will be taking the recommendations into consideration for implementation.
All right.
And that's
Thank
prior
you.
to issuance of the business license.
All right, thank you. I have, Leo Harishny for the record. I guess for the executive director, I have another question. I understand that you're talking about working out to a current student body of 60 students. To what grades are you talking about? And are you actively expecting, trying, or what is your plans for those students as they age up in through the school system and get into secondary? Do you have plans? Are you wanting to have a secondary school on site?
Yeah, that's a great question, Paige Roothouse for the record. We do currently have plans to expand through 12th grade, but within the limitations of that 60-student maximum. We're actually currently working with families in Reno to see if we can develop a St. Clair's campus there in the future so that our high school students would eventually go down the hill. We don't have any plans as far as where that would be or any of that. It's very much in the just ideas phase at this point. We're not planning to build out a huge high school on the property, if that's what you're asking. And just in terms of signage as well, even though the county hasn't provided those, we actually bought some neon or fluorescent signs that say school zone to put out on Kelly, so that just on our own property, so that people would be aware that there were students there in the area.
Thank you.
Sorry.
She's going to do it.
I'm sorry. I'll give somebody else a chance if they want.
Go
No?
ahead.
Okay, just a follow-up, though, on Kathy Julian for record. Follow-up on that question for Janelle. Why is it that this is a condition of the operating permit, the business, and not a condition, the circulation study, and not a condition prior to BOA consideration? Because it would seem to me there could be things that come out of that analysis that would involve impacts on the community. For instance, what happens if someone recommends reducing the speed limit to 25 on Highway 431, or that they recommend a left turn lane somewhere, or whatever, and it does have impact on the community. So why was that not done ahead of time? And a follow, in conjunction with that, I didn't see a response from Nevada Department of Transportation. And given the location, it's odd that they would not have weighed into all of this. And do you have any comment on that? Thank you.
Janelle Thomas, again, for the record. So we approached this from the standpoint that the increase in number of vehicles seemed to be fairly limited. Therefore, the expectation is that the number of improvements that are going to be necessary or recommended are going to be fairly limited. Regarding the NDOT contribution to the conversation, I know that they were provided the documents for review and comment, but I'm not sure why those comments were not received.
Normally, that's because it doesn't trigger a traffic analysis and all that study, because they're only asking for a low amount of vehicles. I can't swear to it, but that's normally what happens. It triggers it a certain amount.
I believe that you are correct, Chair Pierce. I think that with the limited number of increased student population, they probably did not deem that it was required for them to comment, but I can't speak on their behalf.
Thank you.
May I add one more comment?
Yes, go.
So I will add that during the process of us receiving the analysis from the applicant for these circulation and queuing, that if it does show an impact to the NDOT facilities, we will obviously be reaching out to them as staff to work with the DOT, because any kind of improvements that would be recommended or advised on the Mount Rose Highway would have to be permitted directly through that agency, since they have jurisdiction over that infrastructure. And that goes for the signage as well. If there are any signs that have to be placed within the right-of-way, either agency would be responsible for reviewing and approving those installations.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Sorry, Leo Horishny for the record. Sorry, Janelle. So the situation is the traffic has to become an issue before NDOT responds to the issue.
I can't
I'm not-
speak
I'm not-
for them.
I'm not- yeah, I'm not-
Janelle
yeah, I'm
Thomas again for the record, but no, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but sometimes when the workload is such that it is this time of year, maybe we don't hear back from them.
That's fine. So I don't, Leo Horishny again for the record, and I saw something in here mentioned some concerns from the residents about the trash pickup, trash collection, and bear incidents. Have there been any, although in general, I know that up there it can happen, have there been any documented instances of bear visits either around the school, around this area, or is there a demonstrated proof that this facility creates more bear hazards than the average neighborhood there?
Courtney Wakey, Washoe County for the record. I was going to pull up and I may defer to the applicant or the Root Houses for just their own input on this. So give me 1 second. The TRPA temporary use permit did require that all and any complaints were provided, were documented, and then provided a response with the actions taken. And so I just wanted to quickly look over the 2 years that this document, this sheet documents those complaints, whether or not there was a bear complaint, and I don't see that on here. In general, or generally speaking, bear behavior is curtailed by proper refuse and bear storage, bear refuse bins, and they do have those. They've also committed to not taking out any trash outside of the bear box until 5 a.m. the day of the trash pickup. I am unaware, and I have been in touch with code enforcement on any concerns or complaints at this location, and I am not aware of any documented bear issues.
Thank
But
you.
we could also ask the applicant if you'd like to have them weigh in.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't, do we, Leo, do we really need to go down that?
No, if, Chair, if you feel that's fine.
Do you have anything? No. And Don, okay, go ahead, Don.
For the record, Don Christensen. I have a couple of questions for the applicant. Ms. Lane? Storage containers, are they present on the property now, today?
There are storage containers that the church uses.
Can you please state your name?
Oh.
Sorry. I know.
You would think I could remember that. My name is Anne Marie Lane. My apologies. So the church does have some storage containers that they utilize. When this issue surfaced at the neighborhood meeting, the applicants agreed to removing their storage container during the school year and not having that small one pod while school's in operation.
So there's one storage pod presently there today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm concerned about some other things, but I think that's going to be for our discussion. So I have nothing further for the applicant. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Peter. No questions? You don't have anything? Oh,
I
go
have
ahead.
one.
Go ahead.
Kathy Julian for the record. Those complaints that the staff mentioned that there was a record of, they covered more than noise then? They also covered more generally complaints about the site that TRPA's temporary permit requested or
Courtney
required?
Wyke for the record. Thank you, Ms. Julian. I may request that the applicant respond as all I am going off of is the TRPA permit and the condition of approval. And when I look at this document, it says if any complaints are brought to the attention of the applicant. So it was my interpretation that it went beyond noise. However, the applicant may be able to better clarify if TRPA was only meaning to reference noise complaints.
Anne Marie, for the record, any and all complaints that the school has received have been documented and responded and noted in those documents.
And to follow up, those documents upon request are public?
Absolutely. The most recent year was included in your packet, and the other one is a public record on TRPA's website, but I'm happy to forward it to the board as well.
And with the continuation, if this were to be approved, would that requirement, because it's no longer a temporary SUP, would that requirement still be there?
Courtney Wyke for the record. I cannot speak to how TRPA, what conditions they are going to impose. And to be transparent, this does still require a special use permit from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency as well. So they are getting both a permit from Washoe County and TRPA. I would have a strong assumption that TRPA would still require that condition that was included in their temporary use permit going forward.
Thank you.
Courtney, this is Rob. I got a couple questions. First of all, I just wanted to give you a kudos. This is one of the most complete packets I've seen in a long time. Notifications, everybody signing in for the meetings, a list of all the, where people were notified and all that. That's great job. Great job. Put together a really good packet here. Easy to understand, easy to read. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reese.
So I guess I guess my question would be more for the applicant, but I wanted to make that statement to you. So, has there been any major complaints since you guys have been open? It's my understanding that you were, with 40 before, and now you're trying to increase it to 60, and you were on a temporary, and now you're going to a permanent, so you're only increasing it by 20, approximately 20 people. Has there been any major complaints in writing about parking, traffic, safety, anything like that?
Anne Marie Lane for the record. The majority of the complaints that have been received in writing and phone calls via email have been related to noise, and the majority of those complaints have been from approximately 4 people.
Okay.
Making repetitive complaints, although the applicant, and I hope that my presentation showed this, have been really diligent in trying to work with the neighbors to address noise concerns.
Okay. So basically, all the safety issues have been, you haven't really got anything in writing. Safety, like cars not being able to get by, or fire, if there's any safety issues with the traffic or pedestrians or anything like that.
Throughout the notification process and the public comment process, there have been concerns.
But I mean, in the last couple of years.
But not complaints specifically.
But not physically written down complaints against you guys.
There were 2 complaints that, one of them involved parking, but it was in relation to a function from the church and not to the school.
Not the school.
The condition of approval requirement that is mandating a reciprocal agreement will address those concerns, what to do if there is a conflict, and to adequately provide for parking in those instances.
Okay, that was it. I just wanted to make sure that I understood all the basic facts around this, so I can make a logical decision on it. Thank you. Okay, so if we have no more questions, let's bring it back to the board for discussion.
Can I go first since I didn't ask your question?
Yes, you can, sir.
Peter Gashon for the record. Look, I support the special use permit. I think the big lift was the development code amendment. And so they made it through the TRPA Board of Governors on a code amendment. And so now we're just looking at a special use permit. Prior to that code amendment, I believe daycare centers were an allowed use with a special use permit. Bed and breakfast facilities were allowed with a special use permit. So here we've constrained this to 3 acres or larger. Someone on Kelly Drive could make a special use permit to do a basement daycare, only subject to a special use permit. So, I agree there should be no storage containers on site that are out of compliance. I actually agree with some of the dissidents that Mount Rose Highway is a mess. It's not our purview, but I went coincidentally at 10:30 a.m. yesterday and saw all the line of cars on Mount Rose Highway for Village Church, and the Village Church parking lot was only 75% full. I mean, I understand that maybe there are accessibility issues, but Mount Rose Highway is not a place to park your car for functions and events. So none of those things, I think, impact our findings with the special use permit, so I'm comfortable making all 5 of those.
Okay. Go ahead.
Kathy Jillian for the record. I have some general concerns about this. While certainly supportive of the concept, my concerns are about the safety, given the potential for children to walk to school, even though you now have only 6, but there is potential as they age up. I think comparisons with preschool instances are not really relevant, because in preschool, the parents are taking the children in. So you're not seeing the pedestrian traffic. The concern is the kids on bicycles and walking on a street that doesn't have sidewalks. So that is a concern. So that, I just want to go on record saying that is something that I think demands some attention. And secondly, that it would, I think this proposal would be enhanced if we were to include as a condition of approval something similar to what the TRPA we hope would include, and that would be a requirement that all complaints be registered and recorded, and that there is a public record of that, so that there is some track record in writing of those complaints, and that they be publicly available if requested. So I think that's a minor addition to this, this SUP that would certainly give the neighborhood some sense that someone was monitoring for complaints over time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Don.
Thank you. For the record, Don Christensen. Generally, something as important as a school, I would really be very liberal in granting my approval, despite some problems in the 5 things that we consider: consistency, improvement, site suitability, and issuance non-detrimental. But in this one, there's some things that really stick out. And I'm going not in order of importance, but just B, C, D, E. I don't think that the roadway improvements have been addressed. Mount Rose Highway, we're just kicking that can down the road, if I can use that term again. We know we're going to have a problem there. Site suitability. I don't believe this is appropriate for an elementary school and the intensity of such a development. I would not want to live behind it. This lady spoke earlier. No matter what promises are made, it's a school. It's a 5-day-a-week proposition. And it can be very intense. I think the issuance of this SUP would be detrimental to the character of the surrounding area. I'm in love with Lake Tahoe. I've been in this area for almost 50 years. I can't handle the winters up at the lake, otherwise I'd live up there. But we're slowly eroding the character of Incline and Crystal Bay and the parts of the Lake Tahoe Basin for which we have some say-so. So based on that, those 3 things, particularly the detrimental to the character, I can't support this application for an SUP.
Okay. This is Rob, for the record. I'm with my college aide here. I can find all 5 findings. And I think in the last couple of years, this place has proved that they can do this in a safe and efficient manner. I think it's, there's no issue at the present time with anything that NDOT is concerned with, or they would have asked to get a traffic analysis. There's still going to be, I mean, the schools, other schools park on Mount Rose Highway, other people park on Mount Rose Highway. That isn't something we're supposed to be looking at on this. That's another department. This special use permit is just giving them the ability to go forward with it. There's still other permits and processes that they have to go through and meet those. I think that they're doing a great job. I think that they have met all of the findings very easily. So I have no issue with giving them my approval for this. There's nothing that I can see that would hold me back in any way or question it. From what I am being presented with today, we can't go off of what may happen in the future, because we don't have that as facts. We have to go by facts of what we have today, not what could happen tomorrow. And with what we're presented with, I think it's pretty solid, and I think it should be approved personally.
God, I hate this thing. Leo Horishny for the record. I went out to, I normally go to these site locations to get a sense, and this was one that I went in with a lot more negative thought and expectations, and I was surprised and against myself, found that there are some concerns, but the fact that these facilities have been in operation for several years, things happen, and given the fact that schools are an allowed use and allowed special use permit, so that I can't, I can't fault them. I appreciate the fact that they are trying to more intensely use their existing facilities, and that's a positive. My personal interests, I feel or concerns will be met going forward, as I brought up about signage and concern. I was out there in the neighborhood today, and it's sort of quiet. It's not as quiet as you might have in your head. And there's a ton of construction around there, likely winter pickup and winter cleanup and what have you going on there. I was very surprised. It's not a laid back, quiet neighborhood. And I have no important or relevant concerns. And when you move into a neighborhood, I'm facing a huge freeway likely going out, filling up my backyard as soon as they get the money. So when you move into a neighborhood, your neighborhood character changes. And sometimes you can accept it, and sometimes you have to accept that the changes aren't always, positive or what they were when you first came into it. And I consider that this one of those scenarios.
Okay.
May I add, Kathy Jillian, for the record, I just want to clarify something, because in terms of, I think this is unfortunate, because it would have been nice to have had the traffic circulation information, the ingress, egress that the North Lake Tahoe Fire Department wished for. It would have been better to have had all of those inputs in front of the Board of Adjustment, so that a full assessment of the site suitability and the need for improvements could have been made. And in that sense, I do agree with one of the commenters from Incline Village who had said this seemed odd that that information that the board would use to assess the suitability here and the need for improvements isn't available yet, and is merely a condition of the operating permit. So I think I will support my colleague Christensen on this, because in absent of that information, I'm going to vote against this, and not at all because I don't support religious education, opportunities, schools, and so forth, but it's more because I think the community deserved having that information in front of it, and in front of the board, to make this the findings. And so with that, thank you.
So my question is, if it's not required by law and and these departments don't require it, it sounds to me like you're going to hold it against them because it's not required. it's not for us to determine that stuff, because it's not, right now, it's not required. This is just a special use permit, and then it's still got to go to the other agencies to get approved. This is.
But let me get some clarification here. When it goes to, let's say, the engineering department or EHS to approve on various things, they are not doing the approval against the findings here. They are not making a finding that the site is suitable, or that they're not making that finding. The Board of Adjustment is making that finding,
But we can
which
only
it
go off
would.
of the facts that we have, and if there's a traffic study, it's not required, it's not required.
But
I mean, that's not, we shouldn't fault the applicant for that.
Rob,
In my
excuse me.
opinion, but.
For the record, Don Christensen again. I think we're missing the point here that staff has said in writing that adequate roadway improvements exist.
Okay.
Well, I say they're not. And with all due respect, the site suitability, the intensity, again, our staff said that. So I'm not necessarily voting about what the points of law are, but what our own development staff has said. And then particularly they're saying that the approval is not detrimental to the character of the surrounding area. I didn't say that, they did. And I still very strongly disagree with those three.
And that's fair.
With those three items.
That's fair.
Not to contradict you, but
No,
we're not
you're not.
going against what the law says or the statute or the code. What we're saying is what our own staff has told us, and I find that.
Right, no, maybe I misunderstood what she was saying, that she wanted something that's not required in there. That's what I heard. Maybe I misunderstood. If I did, I apologize. That was not my intention. I was just going by with what's required in our staff report, and from our observation and questioning, I don't. Anyways. If we don't have any more comments, can we get a motion, please?
Peter Kashan for the record. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 24-005 for St. Clair's, with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30.
This is Rob, I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
So we have 2 nays, 3 ayes. Motion passes. Thank you. At this time, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. I know you knock them off. Yep. Yeah.
I was pleased we were in.
So as Trevor walks in.
Recording in progress.
All right, let's bring the meeting back to order. It's 3:14. We are on item 8D, special use permit case number WSUP 24-0006 for Village Church. Mr. Lloyd, will you please announce it?
Okay, for hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve a special use permit to establish schools, kindergarten through secondary, as a permitted use at 736 McCurry Boulevard for an elementary school with a maximum enrollment of 116 students. Representing Washoe County once again is Senior Planner Courtney Wyke.
And Courtney, floor is yours.
Thank you. Senior Planner Courtney Wyke with Washoe County. The case before you is WSUP 24-006 for Village Church. Let me get my remote ready. Okay, so the request is for consideration of approving a special use permit to establish schools, kindergarten through secondary, as a permitted use at 736 McCurry Boulevard for an elementary school with a maximum enrollment of 116 students. The parcel is located at 736 McCurry Boulevard and has a regulatory zone of Tahoe Wood Creek, as does all of the abutting parcels. Here is an aerial image of the property. The subject property is located in Incline Village at the intersection of Mount Rose Highway and McCurry Boulevard. The existing structure and all associated uses of the property, such as the playground area, are set back more than 60 feet from edge of pavement from Mount Rose Highway to the north. The project site is 4.09 acres and is developed with an approximately 14,000 square foot church building constructed in 1966. The proposal does not require any expansion of the existing building. If modifications to the interior are necessary to facilitate any conversion of space for future classroom or school use, all appropriate permits would be required. Little bit of background on Village Church and their request. Village Church has been operating a daycare preschool since 1984 at the site with an approved special use permit, which is case number SPB 8-23-87. The existing daycare preschool, Village Christian Preschool and Child Care Center, is licensed by Washoe County Human Service Agency for ages between 6 weeks and 15 years old. Village Church is requesting to expand its educational offering to include an elementary school with a maximum capacity of 116 students. The current maximum enrollment for the daycare preschool is 50 students, and therefore the total maximum enrollment for both uses combined would be 166. Upon learning the proposed school use was not an allowable use type in the Wood Creek Regulatory Zone, the applicant submitted a joint development code amendment, WDCA 23-001, along with St. Clair's in 2023 to amend Washoe County Code Chapter 110, Article 220, Tahoe area to add the subject use type of schools, kindergarten through secondary, as a permitted use in the Tahoe Wood Creek Regulatory Zone on those parcels equal to or greater in size than 3 acres. The requested amendment was approved by both the Washoe County and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, TRPA, and became effective April 24th of 2024. While the applicant has indicated this will be a private school, the Tahoe area plan does not differentiate or distinguish between private and public schools. The applicant states that the anticipated enrollment for the first year is only for 8 to 12 students. The request before you is for 116 students at full capacity. The staff report does provide an excerpt from the applicant's project narrative describing the rationale for the requested maximum occupancy of projected of 116 students. And this is primarily citing opportunity to grow and avoid repeat amendments to a special use permit every time there's increased enrollment in the future possible. The analysis for this request before you assumes the maximum occupancy of 116 students. Here's the project site plan. Access to the project site is from McCurry Boulevard. There are no proposed changes to the existing access, driveway, or parking lot. The number of current parking spaces of 65 meets the demand for the existing religious assembly use type. However, Article 220.1, Tahoe Area Design Standards, Chapter 4, Parking, Loading, and Circulation, requires when there is more than one requirement for a given use type, those requirements shall be cumulative. However, there is an exception in Chapter 4C, Modification of Standards, which states, shared parking, Washoe County and TRPA may approve shared parking facilities for 2 or more uses, provided that the applicants execute and record reciprocal agreements for shared parking and can make the following findings. A, the uses have different peak periods. B, the parking demand will not overlap. And C, the parking facility is of adequate size to meet the demand. The applicant does contend that the maximum parking demand for the religious assembly use type is predominantly only necessary on the weekends or outside of school hours and school days when the proposed elementary school is not operating. Therefore, the applicant is requesting to calculate the parking requirements using this provision. Conditions of approval require the applicant to record a reciprocal agreement for shared parking, which will be approved by both the TRPA and the county prior to business license issuance. The proposed parking lot layout and design meets development standards for the additional elementary use on site with the recordation of a reciprocal agreement for shared parking. Access and traffic. The proposed traffic pattern for school pickup and drop-off directs school traffic to enter and exit from Mount Rose Highway onto McCurry Boulevard to avoid an increase of traffic into the neighborhood. To ensure compliance with the traffic pattern, a condition of approval requires all parents or guardians of enrolled students to sign an agreement acknowledging receipt of the school's official drop-off and pickup requirements. The applicant submitted a trip generation analysis prepared by a licensed engineer summarizing the traffic and daily vehicle trips for the proposed use. In the engineering and capital projects division reviewed the application and traffic report and recommended additional conditions of approval. Since the trips generated by the project are over 80 weekday peak hour trips, the Engineering and Capital Projects Division has recommended approval with the above conditions. This is, I'll go ahead and, sorry, I have to zoom in here. I'll just read it out loud. Prior to issuance of the business license to operate the kindergarten through secondary school, the applicant shall submit for approval by the county engineer a detailed traffic report prepared by a Nevada licensed professional engineer. The traffic report shall include analysis of the project's anticipated traffic impact on the local roadways, including any mitigation recommendations. Additionally, the traffic report shall analyze the following development scenarios: existing conditions, existing plus project conditions, 2050 horizon baseline conditions, and 2050 horizon plus project conditions. In the second condition, requires that the applicant submit prior to business license issuance an approved detailed traffic circulation plan for during school pickup and school drop-off times, and the plan shall include delineation of areas used for drop-off and pickup, queuing, as well as the estimated number and location of personnel directing and coordinating traffic circulation. Additionally, this plan shall ensure that traffic queuing will not occur on McCurry Boulevard. Okay. In addition, North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District has recommended approval with the following condition to demonstrate emergency ingress-egress compliance, again, prior to business license issuance, and that is to provide detailed documentation on how vehicular ways will be maintained during peak pickup and drop-off times, and that this plan shall include strategies to manage traffic to ensure clear ingress and evacuation routes for fire apparatus. To summarize, noise. To address neighborhood noise concerns, a condition of approval limits recess to no sooner than 10 a.m. Village Church has designated specific play areas located away from adjoining residential uses to minimize noise disturbances for neighbors. Should a noise complaint be made, enforcement action would be followed up by both the TRPA and Washoe County Code Enforcement. And just a side note, noise is in the Tahoe Area Plan defers to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Code of Ordinances, which is why I cited TRPA there. May 16th, 2024 neighborhood meeting was held at the Village Church, 736 McCurry Boulevard. Notices were sent to 220 individual property owners. 33 members of the public were in attendance. Primary concerns revolved around impacts to home values, additional noise, traffic impacts, future expansion, and refuse pickup. In response to comments received, the applicant adjusted their application and provided supplemental information to address comments and concerns raised at the meeting. This was included in your packet as Exhibit F, Supplemental Information Revised Application Project Narrative. Staff has reviewed the applicant's proposed conditions of approval, addressing comments and concerns raised, and have incorporated the suggested conditions of approval that are applicable and enforceable by Washoe County. All conditions required by the contacted agencies can be found in Exhibit A, Conditions of Approval. No opposition to the request was received by any of our partnering agencies or county departments. For today's public hearing, notice to all properties within 500 feet of the subject parcel were sent a public hearing notice, and that number amounted to 84 individual parcels. Again, this was at the time of the PowerPoint presentation submittal. 4 public commenters were in support and 2 were in opposition. Additional public comment was received up until just prior to the meeting this morning and distributed to all Board of Adjustment members. Staff believes all 5 required findings can be made and are detailed in the staff report. Staff has provided the above possible motion for your consideration, and I am available for any questions, as well as, and the applicant is here with a presentation. Apologize, it's a little warm in here. Maybe it's warm outside too, so I might have struggled a little bit. available for questions, though.
Wonderful, thank you. Would the applicant like to make the presentation at this time?
Yes, please, Anne Marie Lane for the record. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pierce, members of the Washoe County Board of Adjustments, and public participants. Again, my name is Anne Marie Lane with Juniper and Sage Consulting, and I am representing Village Church. The purpose of my presentation is to introduce you to the applicant's request, provide relevant background information, and also to explain how the applicants have addressed community concerns and answer any questions that the board might have. Village Church has been operating a Christian daycare center / preschool for the last 20 years with an approved special use permit. This church is responding to the needs in their community to offer faith-based education and are pursuing the special use permit that, if approved, would allow them to operate a faith-based K through 7th grade school out of the existing church building with an approved special use permit. The subject site is located on the northwest intersection of Mount Rose Highway and McCurry Boulevard. It is located within the Washoe County Tahoe Area Plan and the Residential Regulatory Zone, Wood Creek. While the Wood Creek Regulatory Zone focuses primarily on single-family dwellings, it is also intended to provide a broad scope of public services to serve the residential communities. At this time, I'd like the board to consider if schools do not belong in residential areas, where do they belong? Daycare centers and schools are an allowed use within the special use permit within the Wood Creek Regulatory Zone. The applicants are requesting Board of Adjustment approval for a special use permit to operate a K through 7 elementary school with a maximum enrollment of up to 160 students. The school would like to operate within the existing facilities located on the subject site. Again, no new buildings or increased building footprints are being proposed. Existing water service, electrical utilities, and sanitary sewer treatment serve the subject property, and no additional services or utilities are required. The primary reason for requesting a maximum student occupancy of 160 students, despite anticipating only 8 to 12 students in the first year, is to plan for potential future growth. Establishing a higher occupancy limit for the outset allows the school to accommodate organic growth of enrollment over the coming years without needing to repeatedly go through the permitting process. This is a cost-effective approach. Obtaining a special use permit involves significant time and financial investment. By requesting a higher maximum occupancy initially, the school can avoid the additional costs and administrative burden associated with applying for permit modification as student enrollment grows. This approach is more efficient and fiscally responsible. I would also like to remind the board that this applicant has gone through a 2-year process to amend the development code, which was incredibly expensive and time-consuming. Another reason that they are requesting the maximum occupancy is regulatory compliance planning. Setting a higher maximum occupancy ensures that the school's infrastructure, such as classrooms, facilities, and amenities, will meet future needs. This proactive planning ensures that the school remains in compliance with all regulatory requirements related to space, safety, and accessibility as the student body expands. It also provides for operational flexibility. A higher occupancy limit provides the school with greater operational flexibility, which allows for the accommodation of temporary fluctuations in student numbers without needing to seek immediate regulatory approval. Lastly, this approach promotes transparency and long-term vision. The school's request for a maximum occupancy of 116 students is part of a transparent and long-term vision for the institution's development. By clearly communicating its growth potential, the school aims to build trust and maintain open lines of communication with the community. Public engagement. Notification was sent to property owners within 750 feet of the subject site on May 6th of this year. The applicants hosted a neighborhood meeting on May 16th to inform residents about the proposed SUP application and gather community input. The comments, sign-in sheet, and meeting summary were included in the application packet as Appendix 8. Concerns noted throughout the community engagement process included traffic and parking, fire safety, environmental impacts, again, including the potential for future expansion and student capacity increases, noise, and potential impacts to public schools, and potential impacts to property values. Traffic. The proposed project is to utilize existing rooms in the church to serve as classrooms during the weekdays. This analysis that was provided by the traffic engineer assumes each existing room will be used to the maximum capacity allowed. The total capacity of the building based on occupancy is 187 people. There will be 106 students with 10 staff for the school and 61 children with 10 staff for the preschool/daycare. Traffic impact reports are required whenever the proposed development project will generate 80 or more weekday peak hour trips. Projects with less than 200 peak hour trips may not need to perform an impact analysis for future years. The proposed project anticipates 157.82 peak AM hour trips and 75.75 peak PM hour trips at full capacity. As such, a traffic impact report is required and is included as a conditional approval for the SUP. At this time, I'd like the board to consider that the engineering department, the fire department, and the capital facilities department have all reviewed these documents, are recommending approval, and are providing these conditions for the applicant to meet, and the applicant is willing to meet those conditions. The applicant has already met, the applicant's engineer has already met with the county engineer to obtain clarification and direction on the requirements for the traffic impact report. If the SUP request is approved, the applicant will be submitting the traffic impact report to the county as a conditional of approval to the SUP. One of the concerns mentioned during public engagement was the proximity of the school to Mount Rose Highway. Village Church has been operating a child care center on this site for more than 20 years without incident. A large forested area and elevation change provide adequate buffering between the school and Mount Rose Highway. Another traffic concern brought up at the neighborhood meeting was the potential increase of traffic into the Wood Creek neighborhood area. A traffic pattern for school pickup and drop-off directs school traffic to enter and exit through Mount Rose Highway to avoid an increase of traffic into the neighborhood. I do want to point out that there are other uses that impact a neighborhood. For example, there are over 20 permits within this neighborhood for Airbnb, VRBO type rentals. Those are impacts that change a neighborhood character as well. To ensure compliance with the traffic pattern, the applicant proposed the condition of approval requiring parents and guardians of enrolled students to sign the agreement and agree to compliance. Conditions of approval to address traffic concerns include Condition 1F, which requires all parents to sign that agreement, Condition 2A, which requires a traffic circulation plan to be approved by the county engineer, and Condition 2B, which requires the detailed traffic report that includes the analysis of the project's anticipated traffic impact on local roadways, including any mitigation recommendations. Additionally, this traffic report will analyze the development scenarios, including existing conditions, existing plus project conditions, and 2050 horizon baseline conditions and horizon project conditions. Parking. The proposed parking lot layout and design provides for adequate parking area circulation, including ingress and egress, on-premises circulation, and maneuvering. Conditions of approval to address parking concerns include Condition 1E, which requires a recorded reciprocal agreement for shared parking between the church and the school. And conditions of approval for fire safety include a traffic plan and evacuation route for fire apparatus that will be approved by the fire department. Again, environmental impacts. They are not proposing any new building structures. and they do not have an increased footprint. Trash is contained in a bear-safe container. Repurposing buildings helps prevent the need for new construction, which in turn reduces urban sprawl. Utilizing existing buildings during a time when they would otherwise be vacant is a sustainable practice that promotes responsible land use and conserves resources. The applicant does want to understands that changes in land use involving educational institutions can impact communities and would like to address the neighborhood concerns about any future expansions or student capacity increases. If either of those were to be proposed in the future, although they're not anticipated at this time, it would require a development code amendment that requires a neighborhood meeting, notification, and coming back to this board for a public hearing. Noise. The subject site is located on one parcel as indicated in yellow on the map. Residential uses surrounding the site are buffered by swaths of forested areas. The playground for the proposed use is located between on the north side of the church, away from the residential uses, and the church building provides a sound barrier between the playground and close and adjacent residential uses. Another thing that I would like to point out about neighborhoods is that this is not a protected retirement community, nor is it an active 60 and plus retirement community. This is a neighborhood where people have children that need to go to school. Conditions of approval to address the noise concerns include the prohibition of outdoor recess prior to 10 a.m. Again, this was a condition that the applicant proposed to staff to address community concerns about noise. In the last presentation, I went over the statistics about private school enrollment in the state of Nevada. I'm going to run through this, but want to reiterate again that we have seen a massive increase in interest in private school enrollment. And what this points out to me post-pandemic is that there were not options for working parents. The public system shut down and kids were left at home alone, a lot of times too young to be operating a computer to have remote school. This is a proactive approach that two churches in Incline Village are taking to address the needs of education in their community, and I commend them for that. During my last presentation, I went over some of the positive impacts to property values with private schools. I'll zip right through that. In summary, the submitted SUP request by Village Church is compatible with the Tahoe Area Plan, which encourages sustainable development into areas with existing development and infrastructure. The use of existing church facilities that remain mostly unutilized during school hours supports the goals and policies of the Tahoe Area Plan. As evidenced throughout this presentation and associated application documents, the applicant has diligently and in good faith addressed the concerns of the neighborhood, and the request is consistent with the long-range policies and regulations governing the allowance of those requests. I understand that the request for 116 students, when they're anticipating an 8 to 12 student enrollment in the next year, might seem drastic. What the applicant is setting themselves up so that all the cards can be on the table, and when these detailed reports that are required as conditions of approval are reviewed by different engineers and departments, they're looking at all possibilities. Will Village Church get to a capacity of 116 students in Incline Village? I have no idea. Neither do they, but they're putting all their cards on the table. The applicant agrees to all the proposed conditions of approval. It is for these reasons and others outlined within the submittal package that the applicant respectfully requests the Board of Adjustments to approve the special use permit. This time I'd like to thank Washoe County Planning staff for their assistance throughout this process, and I'd also like to extend my gratitude for your time here today. If you guys have any questions, I am here to provide a response. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. This time I'd like to open up public comment. Do we have any public comment on this matter?
We have DA Griscom. Good afternoon. Thank you again for your time. I'll just reiterate the points from before about the inadequate and non-compliant
Can you please
noticing.
state your name?
I beg your pardon, DA Griscom.
Thank you.
Reiterate the point on the inadequate and non-compliant noticing of this entire project. I want to go back specifically on this, even more emphasis added on the traffic impacts. McCurry is a major thoroughfare through that part of town. I live there, I walk it. It's dangerous. People are going 35 to 40 miles an hour, zone 25. They come flying off Mount Rose Highway, and the traffic up and down all day long, every day, 7 days a week. And now we're going to add 160 students worth of trips coming in to one choke point. They have one way in and out. At least the St. Clair's, you could get in one direction and come out another. This is going in and out of the same driveway. It's going to be a mess. I actually feel sorry for you guys having to make this decision without adequate pre-information, and would recommend, I don't know if this is the right form, that you guys actually get the county to change the ordering of this so you get these reports before this, so we're not wasting everybody's time going through this if they're not going to make it. I think I saw something that said, oh, they can't have impacts on McCurry. That's impossible. They're going to have to dig up that whole road and widen it there to make it work. I'm not even talking about Mount Rose, but that stretch of road is a nightmare today before all this additional stuff. And you were issuing concerns about the students. I walk it. It's dangerous. People regularly come flying by when you're as a pedestrian or with a dog or whatever going 35 and 40. Kids going to school, they're not paying attention. They're in their phones. It's only a matter of time before somebody gets taken out. Last thing I want to say here in my minute left, they talk about no new buildings. Are you aware that they purchased a residential structure adjacent to their lot and they're currently using it and it's not in their plan? It's an illegal use of residential property adjacent to theirs. And it's happening today for offices and other stuff. It's duplicitous that it's not included in this plan and discussed. So again, it's just their lack of concern about process and doing things properly is stunning to me. And they're here asking to change the whole character of our neighborhood and create all these traffic impacts and safety impacts, and they're not even doing appropriate diligence. Thank you.
I have Sean Comstock.
Again, this is not about faith-based education. It's about our neighborhood, and you guys are representing us as neighbors. School police.
Can you please state your name?
Yes, my name is Sean Comstock. I have multiple complaints documented by TRPA because for 2 years, the TRPA gave them 1 6-month temporary permit. Complains. Second, temporary permit. That made it a year. Then there was a third temporary permit. I called Bridget Cornell and I said, Bridget, I do not want to be the school police and calling every single day that there are problems on this property with noise, trash. I have pictures of trash. I have pictures of everything. I was hoping that you folks, that Courtney Weiss, Trevor Lloyd, and the people that we have sent multiple letters from our neighborhood sent to you. I imagine you guys got none of them. When you were asked about sidewalks in the neighborhood and safety, Steve Bennett, a neighbor on Winding Way, which there is an email to the county, shows photographs of the snow plows with the berms, trying to get to the Catholic Church, trying to get over to the village church. So there is information that I am very worried that you folks that are making these decisions have not even seen. Look for Mr. Steve Bennett's email to Courtney and to Trevor. And that was before the county voted. There are commercial dumpsters. And they are there, and because there's more food, trash, and things on a daily basis, it used to just be on Sundays, and then the trash would pick them up. No, it's 5 days a week. So there is more bear traffic absolutely through our neighborhood. There is. October festivals. When the school has their big October festivals with the Village Church and with the Catholic Church, they do it in the lower parking lot on Kelly Drive. I'm asking that the neighborhood completely be neighborhood, that they have an all-day barbecue party in the lower parking lot, and let us know. Let us be aware. I mean, we're doing things on our back decks, they're screaming, they're having fun, yes, but that's not what our neighborhood was about. Our town, there was a master plan in our town. And the master plan says the Tahoe Wood Creek Regulatory Zone, the master plan was well thought out and completely and purposely excluded schools from this area. Our schools are in the middle of the village, so the safety people, sheriff and fire can evacuate them in the middle of our little village.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Do we have any more comments?
Don Farrell.
Hi, my name's Don Farrell. I'm a resident of Incline Village. I'm also an elder at the Village Church, and thank you for the chance to talk today. I just want to make clear, at a high level, our church's mission is to provide service to our community in a way that brings honor to the glory of God. Our schools are number one on that list, and we have nothing against the public schools. In fact, we operate a club at the elementary school after school on Wednesdays with their cooperation. But I want to point out, and it's something that comes through in our application process, thanks to Anne Marie, but that as a Christian church, we're commanded to submit to government authority as long as it doesn't violate our values. And we've tried hard to do that. In fact, we've had a terrific relationship with the regulators at our preschool for the last 20 years. I think if you talk to them, you'd see that we've complied with all of their requests. And we're a very small church, 150 members or fewer. And we've committed great effort and expense to trying to comply with the entire process, first in getting the zoning and now in achieving the special use permit. We've had only one temporary use permit at our church, not three. And we have complied with all state and local accommodations, and I can commit to you that we will going forward, to the extent that things aren't concluded and wrapped up today. There are some things that we have to do yet. But I want to also say that in doing all this, we will provide an educational opportunity to parents that's not available anywhere else. You heard the parents earlier, three of them. There are plenty of people who want to raise their kids with a Christian, Catholic, or Protestant education. There is no place on the North Shore of Lake Tahoe for them to go to. They'd have to get down to Carson City to do that. We're providing a service that we think they want. We don't know if it'll grow to the extent that our permit application comes. In fact, we have a very small number of kids next year. But it's just an extension of what we've been doing in our preschool for all these years. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Ogden.
Good afternoon. Jeff Ogden. I am the pastor at the Village Church, and we're here today because it says in our sanctuary on the stained glass window, "Let the little children come to me." And we have been attempting to embrace that mission. Starting 20 years ago when we took over, there was a secular preschool at our church from the early 80s, and we took it over and began to operate it directly. And then in the pandemic, we had parents coming to us asking for something other than what was being offered at the public school during pandemic. So we began looking for opportunities to support homeschooling or other things. This led us through much prayer and deliberation to this effort to start a school. It is part of our mission as a church. Thinking about the 4th of July we just celebrated, I'm very grateful to live in a country with the First Amendment and the guaranteed right for the free exercise of religion. And the education of children is part of being a Presbyterian. Some of the earliest colleges and universities founded in this country were founded by Presbyterians. So this is part of our faith to establish a school. We want to comply. We want to be good neighbors. We want to keep the kids safe. We have no desire to create a dangerous situation. And so our goal is to educate children and to give them a good, strong foundation in the faith and a strong education and foundation in the basics of reading, writing, and all that. But to do it safely and to do it in a way that makes us good neighbors. Again, Jesus tells us, love your neighbors. Like, we want to be able to love our neighbors, and this is part of living that out for us. So please vote in favor of this and give us an opportunity to impact our community positively. That's what we want to do. Thank you.
Sarah Stanton.
I am Sarah Stanton, for the record, and I have been I'm in favor of this. I hope you guys pass it. Not only is it a education for kids in a school, I've been I was baptized by Jeff Ogden in 2017 on Easter. I searched out where to get baptized, and I ended up at the Village Church, and I've been there ever since, and I absolutely love the people, the kids, the whole deal. We do a lot more than just try and educate the kids. The kids and their families get educated with each other. We do food for the needy consistently, not just on holidays, every week. I've done the teenage nights there. There are educational programs, not just school programs, but fun and safe programs that the Village Church offers. And we all are a part of it, and I know that the Village Church does a lot. Nothing is done quickly. We pray on it, we talk about it, we involve everyone else, and we are we are part of the residencies too in this, around there. We are also part of that community, and we would like to have a school at the Village Church. I hope you pass this. Thank you.
Tim Gilbert.
Tim Gilbert, Village Church. I'm the applicant, and I thank you all for what you do. The main reason we want to do this is we want to teach children to know and love Jesus Christ. That is what this is about. We believe in following all the rules, so we are here before you finding out what the next steps are. We've hired engineers to work with the county's engineers to make sure that we're not proposing anything that's dangerous or unsafe. To that point, many of us will have our kids or our grandkids go to this school. Again, I thank you for your time. I thank Courtney for the work that she's done. We're grateful to the county for this opportunity, but the DCA took a lot out of us, and here we are saying that part is done. What's the next part? And we're hoping for a positive vote today. Thank you.
Paige Roothouse.
Paige Roothouse for the record, I'm just speaking as a resident of Incline. I want to start by saying, Anne Marie asked where else can these schools go? And I know that there are areas that are zoned appropriately. I get that. The problem is, in those areas that are zoned appropriately in incline, the rents are astronomical. It's not an option for a small nonprofit that's trying to get on its feet to go and rent someplace in town when they're already in a building that's being used commercially for hundreds of people. So when we look at this use, and you look at the traffic concerns and all this, look at how many cars are already coming and going. You talk about Mount Rose Highway. That's what it looks like on the weekend. You're right. Is it a problem? Sure. That has nothing to do with the school use. One of the points that was made earlier was about the erosion of the character of Incline and North Tahoe in particular. And I just want to ask the question, is the presence of young working families an erosion of the character of Incline Village? You're right, it has been a predominantly retirement community. And things have changed. The way that economics have worked and the way that people can work from home and all these things have afforded a lot of us the ability to live in a beautiful, amazing place, and that's a dream come true. But are making some allowances, are making some changes so that we can allow the future generations to live here, so that we can have young children in this community, is that really an erosion of the character? I want to argue that it's actually a sign of growth, that it's a sign of positive growth. And healthy growth is not a sign of erosion, it's a sign of sustainability for the future. Thank you.
I have Debbie Larson.
I am Debbie Larson, for the record. Just sitting here and listening to this all, I realized a really important distinction hasn't been made, and Paige just touched on it, but it's worth going into a little deeper. Tahoe is a resort, vacation, destination, recreation community. That means the traffic and the population fluctuates wildly, even within a week. On the weekends, there are cars parked. I don't even drive to Carson City anymore in the summer. Doesn't matter on the day of the week because it's so dangerous along, Sand Harbor and Hidden Beach and all that. Sundays, we have weddings, we have masses or services at the churches, and yes, cars park on the highway. Be sure, please, when you're looking at this, you know that that is not what happens on the school days. It's a completely different scene. There are no cars parked on the highway for either of the churches that I have seen. With St. Francis, I know for sure, but with Village Church, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing because I've been at their church. I used to have kids going to their preschool there. Please take that into account. Another distinction is seasonality. Before I moved to Tahoe, I thought the high season was the winter. Moving there, I realized it's not. It is now, it is the summer. Well, school's not even in session in the summer. That's a huge difference. These are material distinctions to please consider when you look at the safety. Yes, traffic is impacted in Tahoe, and it's a problem, and it's concerning as a resident for evacuating. My plan is to run to the lake if there's a fire. But again, is that relevant with what the school is asking Monday through Friday, non-summer? Please take that into consideration. Just a couple other things I wanted to clarify so that you're not looking at the general Tahoe problems and blaming it on St. Clair's or Village Church. The bears are worse. They're a lot worse. I don't even go to one end of my house with an open screen door. I close it before I go because if a bear sees activity in the house, they don't come in. If there's no activity, they come in. We've had 3 bears in our house. We don't live near either of those schools, churches, sidewalks, big problem. My kids went to the public school. It was a problem to try to get them to ride their bike to school. Don't blame that on these SUPs. And finally, the master plan. I talked to the last living member who designed it, and he said that they never thought that this would be a school year-round community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment on this item in chambers? Okay, if you could please come fill out a form. In the meantime, on Zoom, I have Sarah Haddon. If you could please unmute and state your first and last name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Haddon. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm a parent of 2 happy, healthy kids that ride their bike to Village Church Monday through Friday in the springtime. They don't ride it in the winter because there's too much snow. And they're elementary school children, so they get a car ride just like all the other elementary school children in Incline who don't take a bus. There's just too much snow on the roads in the winter to walk. But we are very comfortable as parents for our kids riding our bikes to the Village Church. It's small, empty community roads, and we have, as parents, taken the responsibility to show them the safe route. I've been in the homeschool group that has been graciously welcomed at the Village Church for the past 3 years. The homeschool group started 4 years ago in my house, and we were a group between 8, 12, sometimes 16 kids in a year, homeschool group. And it started up in COVID because the public schools were operating in Incline in a very odd way, even different than what the rest of Washoe County schools were doing. And it was not the best choice for the children. So in the past 4 years, our children have been thriving because this is a very catch-up environment, meaning if the kids are behind in anything, they can catch up. It's a challenging environment for those who are ahead in certain academic areas. And it's an unlimited environment. The kids continue their curiosity, and they continue to be lifelong learners because they keep the curiosity alive. And they are just very inspired in this type of environment. It's a multi-age group, which has its own advantages in competition and seeing what's next on the learning agenda. My children they just love it. They're very curious, and I can't be happier. I agree with the previous commenters of this enhancing the community in a very different way than what has been stated before. This local community experts come into the classroom, they come into the Village Church, they come into our homeschool group, and they share their hobbies and expertises. Our kids have made chopping blocks that are in my kitchen that we use. They've made tissue boxes. They've made art that has been silent auctioned off. The kids have gone out in the community. They've helped clean up the lake. They've gone to the Tahoe Environmental Research Center, Northern Nevada Beekeepers, Animal Park, Nevada Museum of Art, and done glass blowing and pottery studio. They helped the Washoe County Sheriff's Office SAR Hasty team with winter wilderness. Help Fire Department, Nevada Department of Wildlife Fish Hatchery. The list is endless on how they are bringing community members together. I've never seen a car parked on Mount Rose Highway during the school hours or homeschool hours. I've only had to wait in line once to get on McCurry in the past 3 years. So thank you for your time today. I'm trying to make those 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. In Chambers, we do have 2 more public comments.
Nancy Leonard.
Hi, I'm Nancy Leonard. I'm a resident of Incline Village and a member of the Village Community Presbyterian Church. I just want to say that when we go to church on Sunday, I live on the other side of Mount Rose, and I come up Mount Rose and turn down McCrory and slide on into the parking lot. And we get in and out of there on Sundays. We have, as many people coming in as we would be having if we had all the students, and we seem to be able to get in and out of there really, really easily. We have our patience and we wait for it to be clear. It is a busy street, but it's always a busy street, and I think that we all manage to get in and out. It's too bad we don't have more sidewalks, but because of all of our restrictions that we have regarding hardscape, we just don't get to have those kind of things. But I will say the other thing about having a school at Village Church, you only have X number of students in Incline Village, and if you have a few more of them that are over at the Village Church, that's going to be less traffic getting in and out of Village Boulevard, where everybody goes back and forth there too. It's still the same number of people, they just come in and out of a different area. I really hope that you approve of this. We really need to have an option as a parent and a grandparent
for the children inclined to attend Christian school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Jensen.
My name is Ruth Jensen, and I'm a member of the Village Church and a part-time resident of Incline Village, but a resident of Nevada. And, the people who have been speaking against the expansion of our school, or the board members who have their concerns and voted against the last proposal, we've been talking more about tangible things like traffic and bears and whatever, but let's talk about some of the intangibles that we would be adding to our community. We're talking about raising children with Christian values, the Golden Rule, the Ten Commandments, honor your father and mother, don't murder, don't steal. To me, the addition we would be making is we're really helping to create future good members of our community. And I think that's something you can't really measure or put a price tag on. And anyhow, just hope that this passes. Thank you.
Thank you all. I have no further public comment in chambers and no hands raised via Zoom.
Okay, we will close down the public comment then, and we'll bring it back to the board for discussion, questions, whatever you guys want. Who's got the first question? Go ahead.
Thank you. Kathy Julian for the record. I think this one is for staff. On public notice, some folks have observed that there were weaknesses there. And when I look at the public notice diagram, I think it's on page 40, I'm a little confused because there's a lot of blue here, but did you public notice everyone on McCurry Boulevard going down as far as the intersection with the Village? I can't tell according to this.
Thank you, Courtney Wakey, Senior Planner, for the record. Just a little bit of background in acknowledging the comments that we've received particular to these subject special use permits, that some of the noticing comments or concerns go back to the neighborhood meeting for the Development Code Amendment, which was before we even had an application for the initial DCA 2 years ago. And there are different noticing requirements for a neighborhood meeting versus special use permit. So the exhibit that you're referring to here is recognizing or demonstrating a buffer of 500 feet from the property line of the single parcel, the subject parcel. This is consistent with the Development Code article, and I don't have it memorized, I apologize, but for special use permit noticing requirements, going above and beyond that could be considered arbitrary to be expanding what is required. So the buffer used for the special use permit public hearing today was 500 feet in all directions of the parcel. And to be fully transparent, for a neighborhood meeting, any neighborhood meeting of any type of permit project, it's 750 feet. So if somebody maybe received a notice back then, but didn't receive one at the special use permit, that could be maybe a little bit of a consistency issue.
Would it be appropriate for me to just make an observation on that point? And I fully understand what staff is saying, and I fully get it. In a substantive level, noticing down to the McCurry Village intersection would have made sense, because this is the area that will be most impacted by the SUP. Noticing above Mount Rose Highway, up on, I think Barbara is included here, and I think up on Tyner, those folks are very little affected by this. So it's just on a substantive level. If you're truly out to notice the people who'd be impacted, there needs to be some level of arbitrariness into that. Okay, that's an observation. Okay, thank you. But, and a second question would be, is there access to the church by a walkway off of Mount Rose Highway? Or perhaps I'm confusing it with St. Clair's. Is there any pedestrian access off of Mount Rose to the church?
I may defer to the applicant on that.
Okay.
Just because you're the Tim Gilbert, is that correct?
Tim Gilbert Village Church. There's an outdoor worship area. Actually, back in 1965, all that existed on that property was some benches and a stage. That still exists. And there is, on a Sunday morning, there was a comment made earlier that someone saw people parked on Mount Rose yesterday inside the fog line. And they were attending outdoor worship at 10. We get to do that for 10 weeks during the summer. And people can either park in the regular parking lot and walk up, or to answer your question, they could park there and come down. That is not a regularly way that property is used.
And would that be an access for children to be dropped off on Mount Rose Highway and actually walk down? Or is that going to be closed up during the school day or whatever? Is there like a walkway from Mount Rose down to the school property that children could use?
There is a walkway that anybody could use.
Mm-hmm.
It is not used that way, and the children will enter the school through the main entry. There's security reasons for that and safety reasons for the children, so that's where they will enter. Could a kid that lives on Upper Tyner look both ways and cross Mount Rose? I guess in theory that could happen. That is not what's happening right now.
And lastly, how many, and I apologize if it's in the document, how many kids go to the preschool right now?
I'm going to say 30, but it may be as low as 25 because of the summer. But we've
Oh.
already been approved to, the numbers we're using are the numbers we could have.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is our dream, there's an 80 family waiting list, to have that up to 50. That's the way we serve the community. And so we recently got approved to up that, and we will take advantage of that as the interviews are done with the families and as they interview us and as we grow that way. But there's an enormous waiting list. Any preschool would tell you that in our community.
But during the regular school year, you have on order of 25 to 30.
35, I would say. During
Okay.
the school year, the preschool was.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Ms. Julian, Courtney Wakey for the record. I also just wanted to reiterate and put on the record that there is a condition of approval. I was trying to pull it up to specifically cite it, that does require that the parents or guardians for drop-off, specifically vehicular, follow the route and the plan that was included as part of the special use permit. So that would be in violation if anybody was to pull over on Mount Rose Highway and have their children or students use any particular either formal or informal path from Mount Rose.
But
If that's helpful.
To clarify, yes, but to clarify, there is no, Kathy Julian for the record, there is no real enforcement mechanism for that because they are signing the receipt of the instructions on how to drop the children, but there is no formal enforcement, correct?
If we started receiving, I mean, I may defer to Mr. Lloyd because this starts to realm into code enforcement. But if there were complaints or there could be code enforcement mechanisms due to that condition of approval that acknowledges that is the pickup drop-off method.
Okay, and where would the public complain to?
Yeah, I believe they would start with our code enforcement staff, and we would involve planning staff to ensure compliance with the condition.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah. Leo Horishny for the record. I guess for either the planner or for the applicant, what I didn't notice, I saw on St. Clair's, there was a majority percentage of students from within the village. Is this also similar student enrollment from within the village versus without?
This is Anne Marie Lane for the record. The preschool daycare center, that's the majority of who they're serving. The church and their community, they're responding to voices and needs of people in the community. This is school's not designed, this is not a private entity coming in saying we want to make a profit off of school choice. This is a church responding to a need in their community. The school is not currently operating, so I don't have those same statistics that I had for the previous applicant.
That's fair, thank you.
Go ahead.
Peter Gashon for the record. I guess a couple initial comments. I did want to address the public that, yes, we do receive all public comments. We get a litany of emails and information from staff prior to these hearings, so we have seen all the concerns. I personally go to the site oftentimes multiple times to see different traffic patterns and site conditions, so just to address the public's concern there. I think I would like to understand, however, what's happening with the house across the street.
Anne Marie Lane for the record, and I am happy to address that. In the application, I do provide some background information about this, and my eyes are terrible. This is so Village Church did acquire the adjacent property to the subject site at 770 McCurry Boulevard. The decision to only include one parcel in the special use permit application was based on several key considerations. One, a defined project scope. The current application has been carefully scoped to focus on the specific parcel that meets all of the requirements for the proposed school use. The parcel was selected by its size, location, and suitability for the school needs. Two, minimizing impact. The decision was made to limit the use of school to that one parcel, to not include that recently acquired parcel, to minimize impacts to residential neighbors. This allows for a more controlled use and easier implementation of mitigation measures to address any potential neighborhood concerns such as noise. Although the church does intend to use the adjacent property for ministerial purposes, school use is specifically excluded from the future use of the adjacent parcel. And I included a letter to the county as Appendix 6 in the application that details that. And so in summary, there are no current plans to utilize the adjacent property for the school's activities, and the adjacent property will remain as is, and no development or use requested related to the school will occur on that land. Any future plans for the adjacent property in relation to the school, should they arise, although not anticipated at all because it kind of defeats the purpose of those mitigation measures, would require a separate review and approval process that would be subject to coming back to this board. Again, this response aims to clarify why only one parcel was included in the special use permit request. and to address concerns about future use of that adjacent property. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, and I suppose for staff, if there is a non-conforming or illegal use now, that's a code enforcement issue, and we don't want to talk about that here.
Correct. Courtney Wakey for the record. As Ms. Lane indicated and put very clearly in her application, that there is no proposed use at the adjacent single-family dwelling in association with the proposed school use. However, after watching or listening to the recording of the neighborhood meeting, as well as having comments or emails with concerns of the single-family dwelling being used outside of its single-family dwelling use type, possibly in association with the church use. Code enforcement has been contacted and has been made aware. However, that is a completely separate process because it's very clearly not in association with the subject SUP. But the county is following up on that.
Okay. One more, I think, for Ms. Thomas. This one, for me, I think I can make the findings, but this is different because of access, and this is different based upon trip gen, so we are going to need a TIA, and so that occurs prior to the granting of a business license. Have you ever seen a business license not get granted because some level of service deteriorates so significantly that the TIA basically kills it?
Janelle Thomas for the record. I'm not familiar with that, but I have just returned to employment at Washoe County as of last year. So I may defer to Trevor or another staff member to, chime in as to their experience with that.
And thank you for the question. I can't think of any off the top of my head. That's not to say that hasn't been a reality, but it certainly is a possibility. But yeah, again, off the top of my head, none
But there
come
could
to
be a
mind.
scenario where there is some level of service degradation such that a street would need to be widened, a turn lane would need to be added, sidewalks added, traffic mitigation measures. So again, for our benefit, we're granting an SUP, but they still have to go through a pretty significant traffic impact analysis to actually get the business license.
That is correct, Janelle Thomas for the record. So it would be very similar to somebody not being able to satisfy a condition of approval on a building permit. This also falls into that realm. So we're going to be looking at it from the staff perspective, that we're going to make sure that we're looking out for the safety and health of the adjoining community, and then making sure that if there are improvements that are necessary in order to achieve that goal, that those are implemented. Again, this does have to go through the approval of the county engineer through the staff that are reviewing the permit.
Thanks.
Thank you. Don, do you have anything? Okay. Anybody else got anything? All right.
I guess I have a follow-up for Janelle. Kathy Julian for the record. That review by the engineer of the TIA, the traffic impact analysis, is that then vetted by the public at all? Is it information, does the public weigh in with any comment, or is that all internal?
Janelle Thomas for the record. No, at this point, if this entitlement is approved with the conditions, the engineering division is comfortable making that decision. So that would not go back through the public process.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment once again, Courtney. This is very, very nice job on your packet, your staff report. It clearly states all the questions that I may have had about public noticing and who came to the meetings and what they had to say, and all the public comments and stuff. So great job, thank you. We have no more questions or comments or anything. I would entertain a motion.
Leo Horishny. I For the record, I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approved the special use permit case number WSUP 24-0006 for Village Church, having made the applicable findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30.
Peter Gashano, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
So 3,
To 2.
3, 4, 2 against, so motion passes. All right, that moves us on to E, special use permit case number WSUP 24-0008, biggest little city bike park. Be a fun one here.
All right. Thank you
Lloyd,
for,
please
for
announce.
hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve a special use permit for grading.
Can you guys please, hey, we still have a meeting going on. Shh. Please, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
You got it. This is a special use permit for major grading to legalize unpermitted grading for the use of an unsanctioned bike park and to permit further grading up to 20,000 cubic yards of cut and up to 5,000 cubic yards of import, which is required to upgrade the bike park. The special use permit includes requests to modify standards within the grading code. And representing Washoe County in this matter is Senior Planner Chris Bronzik.
All right, Chris, floor is yours, but go ahead.
Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. We're looking at WSUP 24-0008. This is the biggest little bike park. This is located in the Sun Valley Planning Area within the regional park. It's actually down in the southeast corner of the park, just north of the Washoe County School District. The property is zoned, split zoned with Parks and Recreation and General Rural. The bike park in question is located within the Parks and Recreation zone. And the surrounding parcels are open space or smaller residential parcels. The existing parcel contains parking, restrooms, other recreational facilities, as well as landscaping already. And the proposed, or the current use type is active recreation use type, which covers that bike park. The active recreation use type is an allowed use. It's allowed by right, which is why this is for major grading only. So as mentioned, it's a major grading SUP. They're requesting up to 20,000 cubic yards of grading over the life of the project, as well as 5,000 cubic yards of import over the life of the project. There's a current disturbance of roughly 10 acres, so they're trying to legalize the area, as well as requests to grade and construct permanent earthen structures greater than 6 feet, as well as a driveway that traverses 30% or greater slopes. And again, to legalize all the existing disturbance that has taken place over previous years. So this bike park has quite a bit of history, which I touched up on in the special use permit. So it's been operating unsanctioned for about 20 years now. Community members went out and created this bike park within this area prior to Washoe County taking ownership of it, the parcel. And it's kind of been a community thing that they've continued creating jumps and bike features over the course of many years. And so in 2014, Washoe County submitted a document to look at safety features associated with that existing bike park to try and memorialize better, safer features. And they are here before us today to try and meet that goal. So as part of their request, they are requesting a total of 5 variances. However, 3 of those variances are not specific to major grading. Therefore, we couldn't make those findings for 3 of them. However, there are 2 variance requests that are specific to major grading, and we were able to make those findings. Those 2 are 110, 438, 45A. This is for slopes greater than 3 to 1. The reason for this one is it's fairly difficult to create jumps and bike features that are 3 to 1. That would be any fun for community members, but also 3 to 1 requirement would also create additional grading that is unnecessary for a bike park. The second one that they're requesting to vary is called serial grading. And so the reason for this is each year they're going to need to go out, they're going to need to maintain this bike park, they're going to need to add additional dirt or toppings, etc. And under current code, even though each time they would come out and do that maintenance, they wouldn't trigger serial grading, but because it would be multiple times within the same year, it has the potential. And so staff was able to make the findings for these requested variances. And we are recommending approval for these 2 standards to be varied. The other 3 variances are specific to parking, lighting, and ornamental landscaping. And those are able to be done through a director's modification if necessary in the future. So we are not recommending approval for those 3 variances. Before you use the site plan, this is the proposed bike park. You can see that there's multiple levels associated with it, so beginner, intermediate, advanced, expert, as well as a pump track. And the green outlines the extent of the grading that will take place. This request was sent to 18 agencies for review, and we did not receive any comments of concern or recommendation of denial. Public notice was sent to 203 unique property owners within 500 feet. It's important to note that the applicants did hold a community neighborhood meeting in April. There were 9 members present, and some of the main concerns they had were existing access and construction of dust fencing and those were the primary concerns. So staff is recommending approval with conditions and was able to make all required findings for the special use permit as well as the required findings for the 2 variance requests for grading. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other presentation or that you guys would like to make?
The applicants have a presentation.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right. My name is Ryan Switzer, for the record. I'm a civil engineer with Sierra Vista Engineering, here actually representing Washoe County. And I've got Colleen Wallace-Barnum and also Stephen Hine with, Colleen's with Regional Parks and Stephen's with Engineering Capital Projects. And we're all going to be here to answer questions after this quick presentation. I want to thank Chris for working with us on this one to date. It's been easy to work with and it's been a fun one to be a part of. Also a mountain biker, if you couldn't guess, so really excited to be a part of this project. I'll kind of breeze through because a lot of it's, I think, a little repetitive to what Chris just presented, but a quick presentation on the overview where we're looking here is like northwest Sun Valley. Esther Bennett Elementary School abuts the property to the south. There's BLM land to the west and residential uses to the east. The county acquired the land from the BLM originally through a recreation and public purpose lease in 2007 that then was converted to a land patent in 2009. And as part of that land patent, there's actually requirements that the county preserve open space and add basic amenities like parking and trails that are out there right now. The little insert to the left of the screen here shows a plan back in 2014 when the project went to Board of County Commissioners and the master plan was updated to approve the use of a bike park. That stalled out. Now, 10 years later, we're here to try to get some traction and use some funding that's available to actually get new, safe, and progressive features for bike users at the park. There's currently also a disc golf course out there, a pretty large one. There's no formal agreement with the county to have that disc golf course like implemented out there, but we're also trying to be good neighbors, and we've mapped out the course and tried to avoid that at all possible junctions and crossings. There's also non-motorized recreation allowed out there, and a lot of that is part of the bike users. Like Chris mentioned, this has been ongoing for 20 years where there's a specific place on this property used for bike jumps. But people also just ride trails around the outskirts and walk their dogs and such as well. Sunrock Trail is kind of to the west off of the existing parking in the southwest corner, and we're avoiding that area, so that'll be a separate use and separate feature to the park. Again, touching on, I think Chris mentioned what we actually included in our application. I just want to touch on kind of the thresholds as to why we're triggering a grading special use permit. So we definitely have over 2 acres of grading because the existing jumps are well over 2 acres, and we're just trying to legitimize that use. But also we have a project for 2024 where we're wanting to improve and implement new jumps, but also we're including the potential for future expansion as well. So that's why we're asking for up to, I think we listed 20,000 cubic yards, even though the threshold's only 1,000, we're over 1,000 as well for the existing features. We also included the trigger for a driveway that traverses a slope of 30% or more, just in case. Like, we don't actually have a driveway per se as part of the project. There's existing dirt roads out there that are going to be used for access to the park area. But in the future, if we need additional access, we wanted to make sure we included that in the special use permit now. And similar to what Chris mentioned about the slopes being 3-to-1 maximum not working, and we need a variance, we're going to have features over 6 feet high that are made of dirt, because that's what a bike park is. It's a bunch of dirt mounts that are over 6 feet. So kind of more of a zoomed in map here, kind of in the southeast corner, you can kind of see the mounds and maybe the southwest or the lower left on instead of the screen here. Those are all the existing features, and we plan to essentially keep the limits of disturbance to that same area of, Chris mentioned, 10 acres. There's also always the potential for expansion in the future, but that's why we included the large amount of 20,000 cubic yards, even though we don't plan to actually hit anywhere close to that in the near future. If the park were to expand, we wanted to have some wiggle room. So again, here's kind of more of a zoomed in feature map of what we have planned for 2024. There'll be flow trails, pump tracks. If you're not familiar, it's basically like a miniature little rolly terrain for kids to learn on. That's kind of that inset photo on the left, and little bikes and kids, and it's nice for parents to be able to watch their kids learn and grow on that type of thing. And then we're going to have beginner, intermediate, and advanced for the community to be able to progress on, which is a huge benefit. Like myself riding and having kids that ride is really nice to be able to go to the same place and start at one point and work your way up to the more daunting features, like the one on the right. Sorry, I apologize. My presentation mismatches Chris's noticing requirements, but we did have a neighborhood meeting. Notices were sent out to all the adjacent community in Sun Valley, and like Chris mentioned, we had about 9 participants there. Nobody was opposed. They had access comments, which at the time, it was in April, and we didn't know where we were going to do access at that point, but we've since decided we're going to use the existing access. So it's at the southwest corner. There's a paved road and a parking lot that the disc golf course uses also, and restrooms, and we've decided, pending a traffic impact trip generation letter, which is one of the conditions of approval, that we're going to use that same access and not have any impacts to the neighbors as far as access goes. And touching on dust control, as part of our grading permit, we're going to have a stormwater pollution plan and a dust control permit as well. So those will be addressed at the time of the grading permit. Clarifying on the variance requests, understand why staff could only make 2 of the findings, and we're perfectly okay with that because the other 3 related to parking, lighting, and landscaping are not a part of the project now. When we first submitted the application, we thought that they might be, but now that we're using the existing parking lot, we don't have a new paved surface to worry about. We don't have any landscaping to add or lighting. I don't think you need to touch on the slopes again, and same thing with the serial grading, the maintenance feature, this photos from the bike park's unsanctioned Facebook page and shows kind of just what we're gonna be looking at maybe in the future, and these things don't take care of themselves. There's always continual maintenance in the spring and in the fall, so we're gonna need to vary that request in order to keep this place functioning correctly. That's all I have. I'm here for questions, and Colleen and Stephen are here as well if you need anything.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on the matter?
I have Gary Schmidt.
For the record, Gary Schmidt, I am a property owner in Sun Valley, former resident out there, and I would like to note that this process has taken approximately 17 years, from 07 to 14 when it was approved by the county commission, and now they're coming forward with the special use permits, 10 years beyond the approval of the county commission. I just wonder if I had bought that property 17 years ago, or my friend Roger had bought that property 17 years ago, whether we would have been allowed to operate that bike property for 17 years without going through the process that's required. Let me say that 20 years ago, I got cited, maybe 30 years ago now, I got cited for a 1923 Kissel fire truck on commercial property in an outdoor museum, which I had licensed, for displaying it without a license plate as a junk vehicle. And I brought the issue up at a meeting by community development out at Bartley Ranch. And outside the window at their museum was a 1934 dump truck on display in their museum without a license plate on it. And I brought that up, pointed out to Mr. Selman at the time, and said, you know, for thee, but not for me, the attitude of the county, do as I say, not as I do, or when I say jump, on the way up you ask how high. That's the attitude of government, of this government, and in many governments. I forced them to cite Parks and Recreation. Community Development cited Parks and Recreation for that illegal dump truck, and they had to move it. But it took some effort, because I threatened to sue them if they didn't. Let me just conclude by saying that I've got a lot of property in Washoe County. Most of it's for sale. I have property in Story County, and I live in Story County. And there's a reason for that, because there is rot in Washoe County. There's a little bit of rot in Story County too, but not like this county. And this is just an example I'm bringing to your attention. And it's not unlike our Justice Department in Washington, D.C., a two-tiered system, you know. And that's what you have in this county. That's what you have in this county. You have lots of abuses by these kind of people and those kind of people. Hopefully not by you. I have faith in you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
No further public comment in chambers or Zoom.
Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for questions or we have any questions,
I-
comments? Go ahead.
Kathy Julian, I suppose I have a question, a question about what did take so long to do something about this? Thank you.
I'm going to refer this question to Parks.
For the record, Colleen Wallace Barnum, Park Operations Superintendent. Money, that's what it was. We didn't have funding to legitimize the bike park. We put 17 different projects forth to the community reinvestment team. This was one of 2 projects that was funded through ARPA. So we were excited to get some funding, and that is what made the project start moving. Thank you.
Okay, and then again. Kathy Julian, for the record. I think this may be for Chris. I note that there is a requirement for a traffic analysis. In this case, what triggered that traffic analysis?
I'm going to refer to engineering for this one.
Janelle Thomas, for the record. The traffic analysis for this was that we are establishing this as a use that is now, I guess, the best way to say it is legalized use of the park. And so we wanted to know the estimate of number of users for this facility so that we can make sure that the access to it is appropriate.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Don.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the record, Don Christensen, I've been kind of negative today, and I just want to let you know I like this project, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Leo Harishny. Chris, I have a question with the map, and so I know the park area up there. Is the yellow line, is that the existing road that goes up to the end of the park with the, that's what it appears like to me, is this is the road that comes in off of Side Hill, goes up that yellow road till it ends, and that's where the restrooms and the parking is. Is that correct, or is that?
So you're looking at page 39?
I'm looking at page 4.
Oh, 4.
Let me look on page 39. Maybe my question's answered there.
So page 4, that site plan does not show the
Okay. All right.
existing infrastructure and existing improvements. Those existing improvements would be to the west of this.
All right. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Chairman.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Well, I just have a comment, an observation. I'm also very supportive of this project, Kathy Julian, for the record. And I just want to clarify that, just so that there's no suggestions of inconsistency, because I see that there is a traffic study required as a condition for, presumably for grading. And so in my view, the likely impact of this project on traffic and its and the opportunity for it to undermine the finding of detrimentalness or improvements or whatever is so minimal that I don't have a problem with this project, even though that traffic study hasn't been done. Whereas in the cases of the schools, I did have an issue with that. So just to go on the record there for the minutes. Thank you.
Any more comments? No? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to be Kathy Julian to be positive in this regard. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 24-0008 for Washoe County Regional Parks and Open Space, with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made the all five findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30 and 110.804.25, consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, effect on a military installation, special circumstances, no detriment, no special privileges.
Do you want include the variance findings of the 110?
And variance, Washoe County Code Section 110.804.25, variance findings, special circumstances, no detriment, no special privileges, use authorized, and effect on a military installation.
Okay, we have a second?
I positively second that motion.
There you go. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. All right, motion passes. All right, that brings us on to item number 9, future agenda items. We have nothing? Yes?
I suppose I do have, Kathy Julian for the record. I am curious about the notification process, where you have instances where clearly within 750 feet, but not within 500 feet, you have residences that will be impacted more than going the opposite direction. What would be necessary to allow for the notice of people who will be substantially affected? And that perhaps isn't an agenda item, but it is a query that I'd like to get some more information on.
I don't know if we could answer that and get into detail. Basically, the answer is a code amendment. It would require amending the code to change it, but what we would want to make sure that we're consistent. That's the big thing. We don't want to be inconsistent in how we're applying the noticing. So if it's appropriate and it's the county commission deems it so, then yeah, we would change the code to increase the noticing.
On a lot of these, they may not know, like on what you're talking about down at the bottom, they probably
Sure.
didn't have any idea.
Right, no, and Kathy Julian for the record, I acknowledge that you have to live there to really understand how it affects, and, okay, I get that, thank you.
Yeah, so that was future agenda items, request for information from staff, kind of wrap that up right there. Anybody else have anything on those? No? Okay, we'll move on to number 10, report on previous Board of Adjustment items. Mr. Lloyd?
Yeah, at the last meeting, and by the way, no recent items to report on, but at the last meeting, Board Member Pierce asked that I just bring a brief discussion on the appeals that have gone through over the last year and their results. We haven't had a whole lot. So since July of last year until now, we've had a grand total of 4 appeals of decisions that the board has made. Only one of those was overturned. That was the Greenview Garage, the 1-year extension request. There was one that was upheld, the appeal of the Sky Tavern lights. You may remember that item. And then there were 2 items that were actually split decisions that failed on a technicality. Based on the fact that we didn't have a 5th member at the time. So there was a 2-2 tie for both Safe Embrace and the Silver Circle Ranch. In each of those cases, the commission approved the appeal, approved each of those projects. So that's all I had to report on.
Oh, wonderful, thank you. Okay, anything from legal?
Nothing.
All right, let's open up general public comment. Do we have any general public comment?
Yes, Roger Edwards. Yes.
Roger Edwards for the record. Since we didn't beat that Schmidt item up enough before, I'm going to bring in some more pictures here. Just for the record, so that you guys get that save you a trip up to Gerlach. Here's a picture of the lot in question. Can't get there from here. There we go. Okay. Perfect. That'll.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. That's a picture of the lot in question. That's arguably the cleanest lot in Gerlach. Another picture, is that right? There we go. There we go. Another picture of the lot from a different angle. That's a trailer on the edge of the lot there that's got a fence around it and everything. Like I say, once again, one of the cleanest lots around. And here's yet another picture. I know it's going to disorient you folks a little bit, but here's another picture of that same trailer. And all that nonsense there on the fence line, that's on the neighbor's property. That's not on Schmidt's property. You need to go up to Gerlach sometime just for waste of a couple of years of your life. All right, here's you never can get that right side up. There we go. Okay, here's the real nitty-gritty one. For you folks that thought this was just a joke, they keep talking about these two lots that were always dealt with together. That's what they look like right there. That's both lots. That's that one we're just talking about right there with all the openness and stuff. And those two trailers that are on that property right there. And if I remember right, one of those, the truck broke down, and that's where they had to put the trailer till they get the truck run. But that's Main Street. And this is where pictures of them collecting hundreds and thousands of bicycles every year from Burning Man. That's right here because the whole thing passes right by that area. But you can see that lot that's in question is, except for this little bit of storage material right here, that's one of the things we talk about that's there, it's been there all the time. It grows and it shrinks, but it grows and shrinks. But this lot has always been used for storage, okay? We need to get that straightened out in your mind so that when Mr. Schmidt quits beating you guys up over all the technicalities, you'll know what we're talking about, okay? Thank you.
And we have Gary Schmidt.
For the record, Gary Schmidt. Earlier today, Mr. Gissinger committed a crime here, and I'll get to that in a second. But it's the GID who I've had legal issues with, and I've sued them twice successfully for denial of access to public records, and I blocked their illegal attempt to go into the development business and develop their property, government property, into a commercial center and apartment houses and compete in the private sector. And they're a little mad at me, so they complained about my property. You saw my property. This is the GID's property. That's their property, contiguous to mine. Storage of building materials may or may not be permitted, but it's not permitted except screened. That's their property. That gives you a little idea. Right next to mine. And when the code enforcement officer came out and cited my property, he knows that property, saw that property, didn't do anything about it. Now, let me read for you NRS 241-0353. Could you bring me my phone? If I can get to it. It is unlawful to misrepresent any fact knowingly when testifying before a public body. Earlier today, Mr. Gissinger said that at the administrative hearing process, the last day I requested a continuance for a public hearing. For a in-person hearing rather than a Zoom hearing. And if I may not be able to get it up quick enough, but I have the tape that was on the record at the hearing, was talked about a lot by the hearing officer, that she granted me the continuance to have an in-person hearing because 8 days prior to the hearing, I called in and requested the hearing. 6 days prior to the hearing, I called in and requested an in-person hearing. I called 10 times the number listed on the appeal form for information about the hearing. Never got a return call. And then all that evidence was brought in at the hearing. So when he came up here and said to you that I just brought it up the day before, he lied to you. And he committed a crime, and it's punishable up to 1 year in jail and up to a $10,000 fine for knowingly making a false statement. He had to know. He was there for the 5 hours of hearings. We had about an hour, at least half hour or so, on that continuance which was granted. He has absolute cardinal knowledge of it, and he lied to you today. And if you want, I'll play you the tape. I have 2 seconds left. I have the tape.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you. Do we have any more public comment?
No further public comment in chambers or Zoom.
Okay, with that, it's 5:03. We're closed, adjourned.